Dragon's Dogma. Okay, hold on. I'm still trying to do the... Where are you? I'm just gonna... I'm gonna have to find him on the friends list and just start a... There we go. Recently played Horizon Forbidden West and Destiny 2. So, the story of this game. We are in a medieval fantasy world. We were attacked by a dragon and had our heart torn out, but we survived, and the dragon consumed our heart, and we are now bound to the dragon, and we have a oh, hi. I am still streaming, Graham.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did my party invite not go through?
No, it might have. I did not see it. I was distracted. Okay, no, I didn't see it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Max says hi. Says hello,
hi,
boyfriend. So yeah, we're trying to get our vengeance against the dragon. That's what's going on. Yeah, in Dragon's Dogma.
Dragon Rising.
Oh yeah.
Vengeance.
Sort of, but heart instead of eye/arm.
Nice.
God, I show every time. Sort of like How to Train Your Dragon. I forgot that movie existed, and I had to sort through things in my head. Yeah. Man, did you ever see the Aragon movie?
Fuck yeah, and I loved it.
I liked it because I think I was 11, but I got into it, and I gotta say that I don't think I can ever watch it again.
Oh no, it's not something you go back to.
Yeah.
See, initially I saw the movie, I thought it was super cool, and I was like, oh, it's a book series. Then I got really into the books, and the books I remember being pretty good, despite being just Lord of the Rings and Star Wars in one.
Mm-hmm.
But I liked it, and I never read the last book, so I still don't know how it ends, and I kind of want to know how it ends.
Yeah, my brother had them, and he handed me one and was like, "Here, read it." And I read like the first, I don't know, 30 pages or something, and then I just like started doing other stuff. And yeah, because okay, don't spoil the Aragon series. I don't actually know if there doesn't. Okay, so they got like not was it John Malkovich or something to play Galvatorix, and then they got what's his name, Jeremy Irons, to play Brom, but they didn't give a shit at all.
Yep. Yeah, that's right, John. God, I fucking love Obi Brom.
Oh man, I can't believe that they're just like, oh yeah, just be in the movie for me, and it's like, okay, I don't care, but I love to get paid, so.
I don't care, but I love to get paid. Such a powerful stance.
Mm-hmm.
Wish I could have it sometime.
Oh yeah, like what's his name? The guy who plays Alfred in the Christian Bale Batman movies. That someone asked him, have you ever seen Jaws 3? Because it's famous for being bad. He says no, or Jaws whatever 4 that he was in. And he's like, no, I saw The House It Bought Me. And I'm like,
damn.
Some famous guy behind horror movies or something. They were like, would you be down with this? And he's like, I'm down with anything if you give me money. Give me money.
Didn't Yoko Taro say something like that at one point?
Someone was like, would you remake the original Nier? And he said, if Square Enix pays me to do it, I will do it. Pay me, Square Enix. And then he did.
Absolute king. Speaking of Nier, did you see the new development for Automata?
No, I saw that it was crossing over with a gacha game.
Oh no. Someone found a secret room that had previously been undiscovered.
Oh?
And is apparently accessible through normal gameplay and not like hacking and stuff, if I'm following correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, people are trying to figure out if it's actually real or if it's something that was left over or if there's more to Nier that has yet to be discovered.
Oh. Yeah. They just put game develop. Sometimes it can be impossible to tell stuff if the game developers don't actually tell you. And I think one of the I can't remember if it was Spice or Boone or whatever, but they were like, "Oh yeah, there's still like 3 things left about Mortal Kombat 1 that you don't know about yet." I'm like, "Bro, you can't do this to people. You're going to drive them insane." Old arcade games would just put shit in there with the intent for somebody to maybe find it one day, but if not, they don't care. Like something that people have known about for decades, but in one version of Street Fighter 2 you could get Akuma, and he is stronger than every other character with one fault, but basically if you pick Akuma and you know what you're doing, you're guaranteed to win. But you have to input a special command perfectly when selecting another character, otherwise you just won't get Akuma. Like, you can't pick him normally. God, I love I refuse to, I'll give you something really cool, and it's like, will you please be normal about it? And they're like, no. I love video games so much. Oh, so, One Piece finally got a chapter after 6 weeks. The app crashed because it was overloaded.
Amazing.
Because guess what? You take One Piece away for like 5-6 weeks, people get rabid.
Chapter power One Piece command.
Chapter got leaked like 5 days before it came out, entirely through text, and I told Ace about it, and it was like, I'm 100% sure that's bullshit. And then it was totally true. And I was like,
in the good way or the bad way?
So like, there was information in it, and then I was like, that sounds like a lie, because it's like, oh, these 2 characters show up, an immediate relative of Luffy, and oh god, there's a fucking Chimera right here. I did not see him, but like a chapter that said, oh yeah, here's stuff, and Admiral shows up, Shanks shows up, and an immediate relative of Luffy's shows up. And I'm like, that has to be fake. And they're like, also, Yamato gets into a fight with an admiral and kicks his ass. And I'm like, this is the fakest shit I've ever heard.
Ain't no way.
It sounds fake. I open the chapter, and for me it loaded. I didn't even know it was having troubles. But then I see the things that were leaked are totally happening, and then Yamato comes in and fucking cracks him on the back of the head and knocks him flat, and he's like, geez, you're strong. And I'm like, okay, so this was actually true. And I read the whole chapter. Shanks shows up, Luffy's relative shows up. It was all entirely true. And I'm like, god damn, so it really was just him. Like, yeah, I'm gonna come back with a chapter that's gonna blow your mind, of course.
The leaks won't be effective if no one believes the leaks. God damn.
Because saying Shanks and admirals will show up, and also this happens, and also this happens, and also Yamato just like, okay, this admiral had been hinted at for about, I want to say 4 or 5 years. and then was only revealed in the previous chapter, and then just saying, yeah, Yamato just fucking knocks him down in one hit. And, like, he's been around for one chapter. And I'm like, no way. Then it just happens, and I'm like, well, I guess that means that everybody's at the point where they can just take on admirals. Or at least the strong members of the crew are. Like, the last time they actually encountered an admiral, Luffy's like, well, damn, I'm leaving. He and Zoro each got into a brief fight with him. But then they were like, okay, but we're not sticking around, though. We're not ready yet. And then they didn't see any for months, and in that time, they're like, what if we got into a fight with two different crews, two different emperors, and just spent time grinding in the end game? And then the admirals come back, they're like, yo, we're gonna take you down, Straw Hats, and one hit, Jesus, Yamato got hands. Still hasn't officially joined the crew yet. I'm still, that's the worst part. And also, yes, this does not look quite like Mega Man, but you can name your character Mega Man. Like, it's a prefab name. You can, every, like, Capcom character is a name in this, pretty much. So you can name your character Dante, or Nero, or Virgil, or Mega Man, or, like, just tons of names that, you know, aren't real. Like Mary. I think Wesker is also a name you can pick.
Fuck yeah.
God, what? You can name them Rockman, I'm pretty sure. If
Shit, Dollar, what up?
Yeah. God, I want. So, but however, someone was like, Yamato, even though you are totally kicking his ass, you shouldn't fight right now. And I was like, why would they say that? And Sunky was like, maybe so that he can catch up with the rest of the crew and go on the ship, because they're probably leaving soon. And they were just told they have to get the hell out of there, because an admiral's here, and also Shanks is here. So Luffy has made some allies. All right, you want fuck it. You want to hear the real shit?
Sure.
So Luffy got into a fight and impressed a lot of pirates, and at the same time, Usopp became known as God Usopp. At that point, then a bunch of pretty strong pirate crews were like, "Wow, Luffy and Usopp are the coolest guys in the world." And then they're like, "Can we be part of the crew?" And he was like, "No," said Luffy. And then he's like, all right, can we be like your sub crews, like how Whitebeard and Kaido and Shanks and Big Mom have subordinate crews? And he was like, I don't care, leave me alone. And he's like come on, swear an oath with us. And he's like, I've sworn oaths already, I'm good. And they're like, all right then, we swear fealty to you, we kneel to you, we'll fly your flag from now on. And he's like, all right, I'm fine with that. And it seems like that's a pretty cool thing. But also, without his approval, one of them has started pissing off Shanks. Because they don't, he's a big fanboy, but it's not public knowledge that Luffy and Shanks are friends. So he has torn down Shanks, flags of Shanks in his territory, and put up Straw Hat flags in their place, and claimed it as Luffy's territory. And Shanks isn't upset with Luffy, but they're like, hey, are you gonna go hang out with Luffy? And he's like, it's been 12 years since you last spoke to him, and he's a great pirate now, right? So you want to go and meet him? And he's like, it wouldn't look very good if I were to just pal around with someone who's been tearing down my flags, whose subordinate tore down my flags, would it? He's like, yeah, I guess that doesn't look very good for pirates if they just pal. Like, they're gangsters. They can't look weak. They can't look like it's. If they meet, it either has to be in a fight or a negotiation. They can't. You can't just be like, "Yo, dude, how's it going? I'm super cool with you attacking my territory." But
what's a little light plundering between friends?
oh man, like, God, I read the buggy thing, and I was like, that has to be a joke. That can't be true. Then it also is true.
Buggy sweep, let's go.
Oh God.
I was watching a kind of like retrospective on like the East Blue saga today, because I'm reminiscing for One Piece already, despite being only a third of the way through it.
Yep. Understandable. Like, a third of the way through it was still 8 years.
It's ridiculous how massive this show is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in this time I could have watched, I think, every single bit of Naruto, Shippuden, and what's out of Boruto right now.
Shippuden is about 500 episodes, but...
Oh my god, really? Never mind.
But the thing is that, like, at least I'm gonna, like... A lot of those are filler. Like, there's one thing... So something that takes, like, 3 pages in the manga is 30 episodes in the anime.
Dear God.
There's a reason why people love One Piece so much, and it's because the things it has to be immediately compared to get a lot worse at, like, very clear points, or they just, like, didn't reach that height. So... it's pretty good comparing it. Like, oh yeah, remember that part of One Piece where they just sat around talking for 3 years or whatever? Oh, like 30 episodes. That's 8 months in real time. Like,
God.
Somebody would tune in and be like, oh yeah, they're on panel 2. Like, not even a new page of the manga. It was like, when I found that out, I'm like, I'm glad I stopped watching and just started reading. Because, yeah.
That's ridiculous. How long was just normal Naruto?
Like, original, that was about 214 episodes or something like that. But 100 episodes of those were filler. Like, episode 115 to, like, 213, if it were 214 episodes. Like, the last episode, canon. 100 episodes before it, not canon. Like, there's a clear point where it just stops meaning anything. And it's like, Naruto's gotta run... Naruto accidentally got the lady at the ramen shop sick. He's gotta run the ramen shop for this episode. And I'm like, he's 12, or he's 13. Why are they making him run a restaurant?
Oh, that shit's kind of hilarious, though.
Yeah, but, like, is it hilarious if it's in between, if it's in the middle of a year of nothing and other years of nothing? Yes. Malo is correct. They go from Naruto versus Sasuke to 100 episodes of filler.
Wow.
Like, and then it's like, and we'll start, then I heard that it nearly got canceled. And then they're like, now we'll start Shippuden with no filler for a long time, and then also more filler after that long time. And it goes right back to normal. And I'm like, you guys, like, I know that it's the schedule is the schedule, the format is the format. But the format is bad. The schedule is bad. It's bad for the show. And then people are like, why do y'all like Hero Academia so much? And it's like, well, part of it is that it's not ruined by the fact that it never stops. And the animation quality and the story and the pacing don't suffer nearly as much. There are definitely points where One Piece's animation quality dips, though. That will happen.
Isn't it like the arc right after the one I'm on. Said
Uh,
Impel Down.
no, it's right after the war arc. Like, we're still talking about One Piece, Max. I'm sorry.
Bad news, Max. We haven't talked about One Piece in a while.
Yeah. Oh man. Other.
Man, Max got to hear me and Patrick talk about One Piece over the weekend in person. Now we just did that again.
R/relationships. My boyfriend talks about One Piece literally every day? Question mark. Am I the asshole? And then the response is, One Piece is really good though, is the top comment.
Hey, OP, if you don't want him, I'll take your boyfriend.
Like that time when somebody was like, I thought this guy was interested in me, but he just wanted me to join the young communists. And someone was like, what's his at though? And, and your loss, OP. People like, why didn't you want to join the Young Communist Party?
I'm gonna get downvoted into negative karma.
Exactly, the Kim and Harry dynamic. But I started having thoughts about, like, I'm that weird that I started having thoughts like, what if, and I've spent too much time about Lorvos, and that thinking about those, and then I was like, what if Garp were to just, like, start making boomer posts, being like, kids these days have it have it easy with their fucking devil fruits and their ships and their cyborg weapons. Back in my day, you got strong, you learned to fight, you used the 6 powers or hockey. We didn't need devil fruits back when I was on the seas. But guess what? They take one bite, yo ho ho, they take a bite of gum gum, and suddenly they think they can be king of the pirates. Well, I fought the king of the pirates, and you're not there yet. He just goes on a rant.
Kids these days, fucking addicted to transponder snails.
Oh man, I love this snail. The transponder snails don't stop at being phones, by the way. They're like video. They like use them to broadcast videos and stuff.
I'm so God. Do we eventually smart transponder snails?
There are miniature transponder snails that can be that work differently. That and it's so fucking funny.
I was already happy when they turned him into the essentially a nuke button. The launch codes.
And like the funniest part isn't even like pick up the part of the shell. It's the dial the butt, and it's like, oh, I need your number, and I'm like, so they're born with numbers. Is it like in their genome? Like, it's so. Were these made by Dr. Vegapunk, or is this just a species? I love One Piece so much. It's like, how are we gonna communicate? And it's like, snail phones.
Every time I talk about One Piece, either like actually talk about it or just write about it, I always end up thinking the phrase, I love One Piece.
Mm-hmm.
It's so strong.
It's... Oh, man. So, not only did... Buggy has basically become a pirate legend entirely because of coincidence and other people. So, like, you know how he became renowned as an emperor? Is that, because of Luffy... So, when Luffy became famous with those other pirates, it was because he beat another warlord. This time, in public, saved an entire country. Undeniable, world-renowned. So that guy was also illegal. He was doing some stuff similar to Crocodile, where he was ruling a country illegally, like he deposed a king and then started ruling the country. That's against the rules for warlords. You can't do anything against an official government, world government nation. Like you can commit crimes a little, but you can't just like start taking over their countries. That's against the rules. And he was also like using that to facilitate arms trading. So because of that, all those arms deals that went bust because of Luffy, Buggy had gotten into arms trading in the interim, and then he immediately just swept in and picked up all the business deals that had been lost because of Luffy. And then Luffy may or may not have gotten into fights with emperors and embarrassed and or defeated them. Who's to say? Luffy wins. Big spoilers. Luffy wins a lot of fights. And then it's like, oh, who's gonna fill the missing slots? Who knows? But Buggy also. And people, because he now has a lot of dangerous powerful business connections. And people think he's actually strong, even though he gets beaten in like episode 7. It's like finding out one of the tutorial bosses is also in the end game, and you go and fight him, and he has leveled up twice. He's like, you fought him, you were like level 5, and he was level 6, and you fight him again, he's level 8, and you're level 94, and you're like, what have you been doing? How did you make it this far? Into the final dungeon? And it's like, oh, every enemy runs away. God,
he's like in a tabletop campaign.
Yeah.
That like joke NPC that gets killed or defeated in the first like session, but then the NPCs or the players keep bringing them up every single chance they get.
Mm-hmm. And then they drag him to the end, and then they use him to beat the final boss.
Right.
Oh, so one theory is that I have two. When I say a theory, these are my theories. My theories are that he will either both could happen, but he might get into a climactic fight with Usopp, where both of them like pretend to use hockey that they don't know how to use, and say that it's beyond the perception, and like both fake fight because they're both weak and neither of them really want to fight at all. And then they, but eventually, Usopp might actually win or try to fight for real. And Buggy won't be fucking down. And then it might be, oh yeah, Usopp actually got to beat an emperor. Or he might be like, hey Shanks, let's work together again, huh? What buddies? We're buddies? And people will be like, holy shit, 2 emperors joining forces, the strongest alliance ever. Gold Roger's crew is coming back together. And being like, and Shanks will be like, yeah, okay. And people will be terrified. It's like, just count yourself lucky you won't die. And Buggy's like, anyway, I'll go check the ship. You deal with the entire Marine Army. Yeah, I'll hold up the back. I got your back. Just tag me in if you need it. God, I loved it. He's just he doesn't I don't even know if he knows hockey exists. Like, imagine someone getting to grand finals at a fighting game tournament. And they're like, how do you throw your opponent, by the way? And it's like, and someone's like, LOL. And it's like, what? Like, you're not going to tell me? And it's like, what do you mean, how do you what do you mean, how to throw? How do you throw? You're seated. Like, you... How did you get this far? I can't say I know. I subbed in a lot. Like, people got sick. He's like the opposite of Rocky.
The opposite of Rocky sounds like an insult.
It's kind of an insult. But God, I need more One Piece. And it's like, oh God, what's the time gonna be until the next chapter? And it's like 1 week, and I'm like, phew. And then I think, well, I used to read Berserk, and like Hunter x Hunter, so I shouldn't complain. But also, I had no hope that those things would keep coming. Like, also, have you ever checked Hunter x Hunter author started a Twitter account? All he does is just post number pages saying, like, this is the chapter I finished today, or the page I finished of the manuscript today, and then he gets hundreds of thousands of likes. Because people are just so excited. Like, there's no variance, and then every day I check, and it's like 26,000. Check it later, 240,000. I'm like, yep, okay. People are just like, Hunter, 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 and then someone was like, you know what? I don't even care that Hunter x Hunter is coming back. In fact, I hope it's bad, and I hope that Kurapika marries a woman, that your favorite gay boy kisses a girl. Oh yeah, there are also trans people in Hunter x Hunter as well, if you were wondering.
Hell yes.
It's a very funny post. Also, like, what? So, the fact is, like, people are very evil in One Piece and Hunter x Hunter, of course. But like, in Hunter x Hunter, Killua is often edgy and or like I don't know, does a lot of negative self-talk and doesn't seem to feel he's a very good person. But then he'll do shit like, how dare you disrespect my sister's gender identity. And like, he's like, even if I'm the only one in my family who does, I'm still not a very good person. It's like, it's a pretty trying thing. I don't know. And then it's like, oh, what about Kaido? Like, in One Piece with Kaido, it's like, oh, Kaido respects Yamato's pronouns. Of course, it's like, why wouldn't he? He's his dad. And it's like, well, he owns slaves. He uses slave labor to starve people and build weapons. And it's like, well, that doesn't mean he's gonna be transphobic.
He's not completely heartless.
It's like, hey, it's like, I'm going to, like, that scene, it's like, I'm going to murder you all now that you're in prison. It's like, oh, you're gonna murder me first. Seems pretty problematic. That's kind of racist. All right, well, I'm not racist. I'm gonna kill you, but I'm not a racist. So, okay, who's next? And it's like, oh, sure, kill the gay guy next. I'm not homophobic, that type of thing. God, I love that when the villain's like, well, look, I'm evil. I don't want to be a bigot.
There's a difference.
It's like, oh, are you going to ravish me? What? No, I'm holding you hostage. I'm not a rapist. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, that's not too bad. It's like, put on the handcuffs. Oh, right, sorry. That shit. Where it's like, okay, I'm not that evil. Like, I'm evil, but I have standards. I love jokes about being evil. There's also this one part in Hero Academia where the villains are like, yeah, we're broke. And I'm like, why don't you go steal something? Your villain, like, just go in. One of you can melt walls, and the other has the power of fire and all that, and she can, like, copy other people's appearances. You can just rob a bank.
It's the perfect heist team.
Like, he can disintegrate anything he touches. You can just walk into any, like, she can just bypass security, and then you can open up a safe and rob the bank. Just steal. You're evil.
That's work.
Yeah. Then there's like the One Piece actual dilemma of like, oh man, Sanji's not here. Who knows how to make food? And then it turns out that the only one there at the time who knows how to make food is Nami, and she charges them money. And it's like, what? You're on the crew. We all need to eat. Just make food for us. And she's like, 5,000 berries. Pay me. And they're like, why should we pay you? And she's like,
this is overtime. I'm the navigator.
She's like, these aren't my duties. If you want to eat, you have to pay me. And they're like, fine. And then it's like, well, we don't want to pay you. And then Luffy's like, I'll cook. And then he cooks, and he uses all of their food, just throws it all in a pot, basically, and sets the pot on fire. That's how he cooks. And then they're like, this isn't fucking food, Luffy. How did you think in any way this was food? And he's like, well, I like all these things, so if I put them all in a pot and cook them, that makes food, right? And they're like, no! It's not how food works. And then Nami's like, alright, I'll cook, okay? I will cook. You don't have to pay me, just Luffy never cook again. And then he's like, okay. There's not that much food left, and they look and there's no food left. He used up all the food. And then they have to try to fish for more food. And the first fish they catch is poisonous. And Luffy starts eating it anyway. and because like Nami has to go and look up how the fish is prepared and if there's anything wrong with it or anything. And it's like, oh yeah, its flesh is poisonous, but everything else is fine. And she comes back and Luffy's already starting to eat. And she's like, you can't eat that. And he's like, well, I don't know, it tastes pretty good. And then he like flops over. And then, yeah, they have to spend days, like, you know, trying to ensure he doesn't die.
How did Luffy and Zoro survive those first couple weeks by themselves?
I don't know. Oh my god. Oh, let's see, I'm trying to think of other points that are disturbing with how little real world knowledge they have. Like, I don't think... Oh yeah, there's the time where Zoro is hurt, so Luffy just starts pouring alcohol into his mouth. Oh, I'm really sorry, by the way, that somebody told you that Zoro dies. I considered sending you a screenshot of him being fine after, but he is fine.
It's okay. Just glad he's doing well.
Yeah. The instant he woke up, he and Luffy woke up simultaneously, and Zoro started screaming for alcohol, and Luffy started screaming for meat. They're fine.
They're made for each other.
Yeah.
Oh god, Zoro might have a problem.
He's fine though. But also, fun fact about Mihawk. Did you know he just doesn't have a crew? It's not that you don't see it. He just doesn't have one. He more has like a roommate than anything else. You see where he lives later, and he just has a roommate.
I think the fact that he has a roommate is funnier than the fact that he just doesn't have a crew. Like, he's a fucking warlord and he needs a roommate.
And he's not even he doesn't need a roommate. Like, somebody just basically washed up on his island and was like, can I stay here? And he's like, sure. And he's like, are you like messier? And she like makes food and stuff, and people are like, oh, they're together. I'm like, they're not together. They're roommates. They just live together and sometimes argue, but really all they do is just hang out. Like they're not romantic at all. They just live in the same place. They're just roommates.
They live together out of convenience.
Yeah, that's literally it.
God, that'd be the best. Just washing up somewhere and being like, "Can I live here?" And just getting the okay.
Yeah, and it's and like I'm like, so wait, did he just become a warlord with? Did he have another crew at any point, or is he just that good? Like, we know so little about Mihawk, but he was introduced in episode like 25, and it's been 1,000 episodes. It's like, oh, here's where he lives. Oh, is his crew here? No, just him and his roommate. It's like he has a roommate. Yep. What do they do? They just hang out and eat and do stuff.
Roommate stuff.
Like, it's like you see them just hanging out, sitting around like Mihawk's just reading and she's just like messing with her hobbies, and it's just like, wow, they really are just roommates.
Pirate captains could use roommates.
Yeah, but he also, like, I think there's one point where they like just show him like making food and stuff, and I'm like, man, dude, like, you're the strongest pirate. You're one of the strongest people in the world. You just hang out at your house. Like, you find out, you see Al Pacino, and it's like, what's he doing? Oh, he's just hanging out with his roommate. He's making dinner. He's not, like, doing crimes? Nope. Subordinates out doing crimes? Nope.
Any crime?
Not really. And it's like, Al Pacino. I did not mean Al Pacino. I meant, God, I can't even think of it.
Al Capone?
Al Capone. Thank you. I'm racist. I'm sorry.
I wasn't gonna question that. It's the worst part.
Al Capone. Yeah. An actual criminal, not an actor who works in Adam Sandler movies just for a paycheck. But suddenly has gained a fan base on Tumblr? I don't know. Good evening, Kilo.
Dunkachino is a moment of genius in the desert of Adam Sandler cinema.
Oh, okay. Ace says it's because he's hot. Okay. And, like, gotta say, that song syncs, like, that thing that was made with it. What if we just synced it up to Cruel Angel's Thesis? Yeah, it works. It suits it shockingly well when they just increase the tempo a bit. It's horrifying. I can't believe she would do that, but it works. Yeah, rest in peace, Dunkachinos, I guess. Not that I dislike them or anything. I just didn't know it was a thing. And then people like, this this part of the internet is going away, and I'm like, I had never seen that before. I knew about Dunkachino. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I've never been to Dunkin' Donuts, I should say. I knew America run no dun-dun, sure, but, like, I've never actually been there. Everywhere there are, like, 60% of local coffee places here. No, that's wrong. 90% of local coffee places here are Tim Hortons. If you ever hear about that, that's not a stereotype, it's true. They're all over the fucking place.
Tim Hortons is fucking good, though. Maybe it's just because I don't have regular access to it, but, like, I actually like their coffee.
people say like, oh, I've heard people be like, oh, McDonald's is better, and I'm like, man, does it matter which which Goliath chain you get your survive capitalism drug from? Like, like it's oh man, which of these is worse, which is better? Neither. It doesn't matter. Just drink what you want. I always want donuts. we I That's entirely possible. I don't know. Oh yeah, and like Tim Hortons is owned by Burger King now. Like it's all just chains. And somebody like there used to be people like, "Oh, well TELUS, a phone company, is better than Bell," and then Bell bought TELUS. Oh, so do you want to know? What if I just told you stuff about the current state of One Piece just because I think you'd enjoy it?
Go for it.
Big spoiler stuff.
Yeah.
Revolutionary Army got a big win, killed a king, and now 8 of the 20 greatest, allegedly 8 of the 20 greatest parts of the 8 of the 20, like, what do you call them? Great nations in the world government. There are more than that, but the 20 great ones are like 8 different countries are also like, fuck it, we're jumping on the bandwagon. Let's revolt. Let's rebel against the world government. And I'm like, for real? The revolution is starting? Like and it's like, oh, and what happened? Oh, well, the Revolutionary Army second in command was last seen who also happens to be related to Luffy, got into a fight with 2 admirals. And I was like, oh, he's either super dead or super captured. No, he beat their ass. and won and sent them packing. And one of them was also the one that Yamato just decked. And people are talking about how he's a bitch on Twitter now, like in real life. But like, yeah, and now he's being revered as a hero. And
Twitter existing in universe in One Piece would have been a huge revelation as well.
People would want to, like, Luffy would do very well on Twitter.
Luffy wouldn't know he's doing well on Twitter.
He would just it's like, you're like the legendary pirate, right? And he'd be like, yeah. And it's like, you just post pictures of meat every day. And then you go silent for months. And then you just come back and post more pictures of meat and sea and stuff. And your drawings, which are bad. It's like, yeah. It's Twitter, I can do what I want.
I'm assuming he has a very Kojima-like presence on Twitter, where he's, tweeting his opinions about the most recent, his, favorite, most recent kids movie, and he's being,
100% genuine?
100% genuine, and also being simultaneously, accused of assassination.
I forgot about that! This has been the crazy... This is... Nothing in the world makes sense anymore. It's like, oh yeah, there's a second pandemic going on right now. Oh yeah, the former Prime Minister of Japan was assassinated. The French and Greek media accidentally accused a game director of killing him. Yes, all of Luffy's pictures would be slightly motion blurred. There would be sauce on his camera. Also, like, Luffy is he's notorious for, as a pirate, being a really bad liar. So he would just accidentally leak things all the time. And it's a common theme that people who collaborate with him do not make plans for him, they make plans around him. They have to just kind of tell him the vague outline and just kind of point him in the right direction. They're like, okay, so you need to sneak in. And he's like, I'm not going to be able to do that. And he's like, okay, you need to just not fight anyone until we're all in the building. It's like, I can do that.
I can't. It proceeds to not do that.
It's like, okay, and then what? Alright, you just go to the top of the building and fight Kaido. He's like, yes! Get in the building. Don't fight anyone before you get in the building. Don't fight anyone else in the building, but you can fight Kaido. Awesome! And then we'll have a big party. Well, of course, it's like, it's entertaining in One Piece. Then you look at like shit with Donald Trump, and you're like, God, that should not be a big leader. But the thing is that Luffy's in charge of like 10 people, and a lot of them don't listen to him. And he's 19 years old. Donald Trump is 70.
Also, Luffy seems like a genuinely good person.
Yes, the ethics are a big part.
About ethics in my pirate anime.
I can't believe that. Did you saw the thing where it's like, oh yeah, they had to play memory from cats to calm down Donald Trump when he tried to take the wheel to try to force a fucking like coup to happen.
I didn't hear that particular detail. Okay.
No, yeah, they had to soothe him like a toddler. Yeah, they had to try to physically stop him from turning the wheel of the limo around to go and try to go to the Capitol to join the riot, the assault, and then like they put the Cats song on. They have songs. They have a playlist to soothe him, and they put it on and like calmed him down. I'm like, he's 70 years old.
Doesn't he have the launch codes?
He did. I'm like, what? He's
shouldn't be allowed.
Like,
not right.
It's like, what I thought. I didn't realize it was that bad. Like, sometimes it looks like, yeah, basically 90% of the White House is damage control at this point, and nobody listens to him. And I'm like, oh God, it's not even that. He is a toddler. He's the most dangerous toddler on the planet. Like, it's like, oh yeah, we had to put on his songs to soothe him. Like, he's like, as though he's like they have no other means of reasoning with him like an adult. And I'm like, that I hope he has health issues. I pray to God. like physical ones, not mental ones. Things could get even worse. Oh, somebody gave me a fish.
Hell yeah.
I didn't make... When did I make a... Oh, okay. A player named Dante gave me stuff. Okay. And gave me 10,000... Gave me 10,000 rift crystals. God, I love the passive online shit. Where it's just like, yeah, another player, somebody else was playing while you were gone. Here's the experience. Here's some stuff they got, and you're like, okay, yeah, hell yeah, eat. God, also, Ace and I were talking about stuff that John Hinckley has missed. Yeah, I also hope he faces legal consequences for literally anything he's done, because he's committed so many fucking crimes, like. Across the board, so many crimes.
An absurd amount of crimes.
He would also just, like, advocate crimes on live TV.
And no one really ever did anything about it.
I'm like, and like he did so. It's like, oh yeah, you have to put all your money in a blind trust, and he's like, I'm leaving it with my sons, and they're like, that's literally not that's not allowed. That's against the rules. And he's like, I'm doing it, and I'm like, is there no procedure to stop him from doing that? Because he is It's like, oh well, it's like, it's different, but like JFK did something sort of similar. It's like, okay, but that's also not the same. And he's dead. This is happening right now, and you're not doing anything. And it's like, oh, well, he had a family member also, like, working in the government. It's like, okay, but they were still working in the government. They weren't, like, managing a major corporation. And that was Robert Kennedy. It's like, they were both politicians. They weren't, like, oh, he has business deals with foreign national people, and like he's like, also, I'm gonna be president now. It's so clear how he was. Man, also, that shouldn't be a rule. Then you should be able to indict a sitting president. That the rule of law, the Magna Carta, I know that wasn't the state's law, but that was British law. And guess where state's law comes from? It's from Britain. It's all from Britain. Oh, also the Pope went and apologized for the Catholic Church's role in genocide against Native Americans in Canada, and I'm like, oh, you starting to apologize now, are we? Because you got more, and also the last one was closed way too late, but it was in the 80s, and they ran for over 100 years, I'm pretty sure. So you got more to give than an apology, my dude, because their real children died, and their families died, or like they lost the ability. So there were like stories about how children were just taken from their homes, they were just, yeah, like they weren't signed up, they just were taken by the government, and then they would put them in schools. Then they would they would beat them if they spoke anything other than English or French. And then a lot of them were sexually assaulted and just regularly beaten and punished and abused, and like lived in poor conditions and all that, and just tried to erase any trace of their own culture from them. And then they were just sent back home after a certain point. Like, it's like, okay, you're 14. Do you want to go to high school or do you want to go home? And it's like they would get to go home, and lots of them went home. Then they didn't speak their language anymore, so they couldn't communicate with their own parents, who also didn't know they were alive, because like there was no mail for them. Like, they just took them and didn't come. They would just come and take children occasionally. And then if they went to high school, then they would get further education and also face further bigotry and stuff. And then they'd have to deal with like the public school system. And then they would also eventually go back home and not speak their own language anymore. And also all of them would be horribly traumatized. And like and it's either, yeah, be integrated into Canadian society, which you were never like if you had chosen to do that, that would be fine, but like you were just tossed in violently and cruelly and kidnapped, like, and then it's like, yeah, now just get a job. And it's like, cool, so glad you said sorry, Pope Francis. you ruined lives for generations. Or at least, maybe not you, but people you are now in charge of. Like your predecessors. Saying so, like, every time they're like, we are sorry. It's like, are you gonna do anything? Also, like, it was the there have been many stories about what the Catholic Church did to children. And guess what? Catholic Church running a school of Aboriginal children that had no one to actually contact if things went wrong. Guess what? It happened all the time, and then it's like, oh yeah, we found we found mass graves of dead children at the near this place. I'm like, yeah, I think you owe more than a sorry. Like, you fucking. It's like, oh man. Anyway, I'm here in my robes telling you sorry. Fuck off. Like, or there's Prince Charles being like, yeah, you guys should tighten your belts. You're wearing a crown covered in jewels.
Thank you, Your Highness, for your words of wisdom that will surely get us through these hard times.
It's like, are you... Yeah, you ever hear... You know, you had these relatives a couple centuries back in France. One of them was misquoted as saying, if you're out of bread, perhaps eat cake. You might have heard of what happened to her. Yes, stolen jewels. But they did not take that news well. Now, that was a lie. But, that was, in fact, propaganda. But still, when the royalty is like, man, you guys gotta be careful. Oh, do we? No, this is a different prince. That's Prince Andrew. Oh man, did you see that video of that one guy who was spitting bars about Boris Johnson? Oh, sorry, we went from One Piece to real world politics.
That's how it happens.
Yeah. Well, the revolution came up, but like the guy who was like every time he's like every time he's been divorced, it's because he fucked someone else and got them pregnant. That guy.
No.
Oh, okay. Because it was posted in the Despair server by what's his name, Mev. But it's just 5 minutes of criticism of Boris Johnson. It's excellent. It's so good. It's God, it's so good. It actually seriously seems like rap at some points, the way he's just like I'm like, damn, this dude's actually got flow. Just complaining about the lead. Also, like, so much of the government resigned, and then it's like, yeah, I resigned too. It's like, so you're leaving the building? No. How could you can't resign and stay in the literal office? Wait, hold on. Eye for an eye. So do I actually have to go and turn that in? Yeah, it's loitering. It's true. That is loitering. You're I compared it to my friend. I'm like, if you quit your job, they'd tell you to leave the building, wouldn't they? He's like, they wouldn't tell me to leave the building. They'd call the police if I didn't. Oh yeah, his parents, my Sunky's parents still owe him over $900. Still haven't paid him in full. That was in March that they took $1,700 from him. Yeah.
Have they made any attempts to get some of that back to him?
No, they have made no payments to him. So they made the first payment to him, and then they $400. Then they got his sister to pay the next one, and then so they still owe that money to his sister now, and they haven't paid him since. And it's July now, and then they complain to him about how little money they have, and it's like. I don't, and like in a way trying to like, it seemed like to me like it was trying to guilt him into giving them money. Like, quite frankly, fuck off. That is, like, your children are not supposed to pay for you to live when you are, you know, just sitting around. Like, you tried to charge, he was paying, and then you tried to charge him more, and then he got angry because you owed him $2,000 and he left. You cheated him out of $2,000, and then you still owed him $2,000, and then you asked him for rent, and then he left. Malo suggests that they should ask him for money to pay his sister back. That's not an infinite money glitch.
No, he might be on something.
Man, I have to go see a blacksmith with the stones? What? I don't remember how this quest works. Oh god. Anyway, yeah. Let's see. Any regular human things I could talk about. We gave Levi a lot of flea treatments. They seem to have sort of worked a bit, but they are not gone entirely because we live next to a forest. And as much as I'd love to burn the forest down, it's not exactly ethical or legal to do so.
It is if you get enough money. Or have a big enough corporation.
Oh, in Canada, you're not allowed to, if you take down a tree, you have to plant more. It's the law.
Oh, damn, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Like, a lot of laws seem like natural, and then it's like, oh, we don't have that. Like, oh. This is a little fucked up. Oh, it very fucked up. God, I hate everything. I'm sorry. Man, just imagine, like, how are we gonna pay our debt to our son? Our daughter's got money, right? Maybe we can get her to pay the debt for us. And like, it's not how debt works. That's what loan sharks do.
That's opening a second credit card to pay for the first credit card.
Yeah, that's like, look, I know you don't have money, but the way to get around not having money is not to borrow more. Yeah, you just transferred the debt. And I'm like, oh. Let's see. There's Dragon's Dogma, which is good. It's only like $4 right now.
It's a steal.
Oh, did I say borrow weird? Oh, what's
I didn't catch it. Yeah, Dragon Dogma, very good.
Dragon Dogma good. I can't wait until Dragon Dogma 2. Damn. I'm sorry. But let's see. They have shown nothing from Dragon's Dogma 2. Oh, did you see the Bayonetta 3 trailer?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't go Canadian with it. You guys are interpreting it from the Chicagoan accent. Well, I don't know what you want me to... Do you want me to pronounce things like you do? But, oh, I'm being robbed. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, I get. But, uh... alright, well, if you're gonna rob me, come and do it. I'm here. I got a sword. Let's go. But, God, it's like... I want to see... I want to play Bayonetta 3. And I'm like, I should pre-order it. And then I'm like, I can't pre-order things. I don't want to pre-order things through a store. I don't want... And then I was like, I could get it digitally. And I'm like, I shouldn't get things digitally on the Switch. There's no goddamn space on there, even with the thing I put on it, like the what do you call it, the micro SD. It's just not a lot. So I'm not gonna buy another micro SD just to pre-order Bayonetta 3. I'm just gonna buy it or whatever when it comes out. Oh man, have people all, I haven't looked, but people are probably getting racist about about God of War 4, 5, 6, aren't they? That's more New York, I think, Marlo.
Probably. That said, very surprised they're sticking to this year's release date.
Yeah, when it's like November, I'm like, no way, man, that's not gonna happen. And they're like, oh yeah, no, it is. And people like, Bayonetta's still coming out this year. I'm like, damn, for real? I just can't believe that they're going that far with it. It's like, oh no, this game is coming out and it's gonna be finished. And it's like, yes, please. It's like, also you're gonna be killing humans this time, and I'm like, or like homunculi, and I'm like, interesting, different, okay. It's like, and they're green. I'm like, alright, no, okay. I like green. God, the first reveal was so, or the second reveal after the years after the first reveal, where they're just like, here's the Astral Chain mascot, and I'm like, oh damn, Astral Chain 2. And they're like, nah, it's Bayonetta, just kidding.
God, that's such a good fake out. Rip to all the Astral Chain fans.
Yeah, honestly, if you're an Astral Chain fan who isn't interested in Bayonetta, I'm really confused. I don't understand. Like, it's kind of like being upset that like the parody series of Naruto is being canceled, and then being upset that it's like, oh, what's happening instead? They're bringing back the main Naruto show, and being mad. It's like, but it's
okay. But now in that hypothetical situation's defense, Little Kuribo's Naruto spoof series show is the best rendition of Naruto.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, that comparison doesn't work.
No, I meant like the Rock Lee, like the Rock Lee show, like I don't know if you've ever seen it, the Rock Lee in the Springtime of Youth show.
Okay, I don't know what this is referring to actually.
Oh yeah, there's a Rock Lee spinoff because he doesn't get to fucking do anything in the actual series. But he's extremely popular because he's cool. There's also a Sasuke spinoff, which lots of people didn't want.
What?
There's a
Is
Sasuke.
It called Boruto?
No.
Oh, then I don't know this one either.
Yeah. There are loads of spinoff. There's a Chopper spinoff of One Piece.
Fuck yes. See, now that's what the people want.
Yeah. Also, something that gets turned into episodes of the show sometimes are just like little okay, Malo, real? I'm surprised you didn't go harder with it, but I appreciate the realness. God,
you can infinitely juggle civilians to boost your meter.
Savage, sadistic. Just like like taunt the homeless before they get back up to fill your meter. Man, like, don't you love serving and protect It's like, you're cops. What do you do as cops? Fight ghosts.
Obviously.
Okay. Like, paranormal cops is far more interesting than just, like, L.A. Noire, but for weebs. That is what... that's gonna be a Persona game someday. But also, Astral Chain totally could have been an SMT game. That would have worked perfectly well.
Damn, that would have.
Honestly, I kind of wanted them to make an SMT game. But if Platinum would do that, I would be very much into it. And then they're like, no, we're going to make another Warriors game. And I'm like, it's cool, but like, I want it to be a Platinum Games, please, please. And I also want Pirate Warriors 5. I'm greedy. Because guess what? You can't play as Yamato in any of the big One Piece games. Yamato is that new. And by that new, I mean like 3-4 years ago.
Wait, Yamato's really been around that long?
In the manga, yes, I believe. Or maybe like 3 years. Something like that. But he debuted in the anime fully in episode 991, and we're on episode 1026, and the manga is about a year ahead of that. Damn. So maybe 2.5 years or something. But in the popularity poll that came out like a year, like maybe 2020, he came in 11th. So like he is absurdly popular. To the point where, like, he's more popular than... I'm trying to think, like, he came ahead of Shanks and the most recent main antagonist of an arc, and, like, who was in 13th. The only people he was behind were another prospective crewmate, a quote-unquote potential love interest, because that doesn't happen a lot. A primary love interest of Luffy, so not going to happen, or extremely unlikely. And the crew and Luffy's immediate relatives. And like that, those are the people that Yamato was behind. And also Law, who is they're a major ally and extremely popular anyway. So. Voiced by Matthew Mercer in the dub.
Oh, cool.
So it's like, oh man, I wonder if this guy's going to be a big deal. Guess what? He's around for like 40% of the series. God, I love it when something is so big. It's like, oh, you don't know this major character? Oh yeah, it's because they won't appear for another 2 years. I'm sorry, I talk too much about One Piece.
You don't talk enough about One Piece.
Oh, okay.
Consider it this way. Out of all this talking about One Piece you've done, you've really only gotten Parker into it.
Fair enough.
There's so many more people here who could also be
so
into
you're
it.
saying we need to target the others.
Exactly.
Okay.
Listen,
Man,
Max already has an in because Avril Lavigne wrote a song for one of the movies, and Ode is a fan of Avril.
And she sang Nickelback songs for the
right.
fucking credits of a One Piece movie. I nearly, I forgot. I had seen that movie already, and then I think I might have just closed it at the credits or something. Then I'm just sitting there. I'm like, oh, I wonder if there's a song for this. And then I'm like, it's a fucking Nickelback song? Who is singing a Nickelback song? And I look it up, and I'm like, it's Avril Lavigne. Why is Avril Lavigne? And then I had to share it in the server because I didn't believe it. I thought I was going crazy. Have you ever been watching anime and then Avril Lavigne starts singing a Nickelback song?
If I had a nickel for every time it happened.
You'd make one back, I guess. I don't know.
Something like that.
Like, sometimes you need to talk to people about the world around you because you can't believe it's real. Like, at what point did you ever expect, I don't know, Hideo Kojima to get accused of assassinating Shinzo Abe? Falsely, and it for a televised false accusation of Hideo Kojima. Like, what next? Or somebody's just like, man, Kamiya, did you commit 9/11? Like, Masahiro Sakurai accused of cannibalism. Like, what? It's like, oh yeah, he's gonna be suing them. Of course, he should sue them. They showed his picture on the news and said he killed the leader of Japan. Like, yeah, I don't care how forgiving or polite you want to be, you should sue people for that. You said he killed Shinzo Abe. It's like, oh, they said the wrong name, or they said the correct name, they just showed the wrong face. Yeah, but that's his face. They showed his face.
Also, I think that's just racist now.
Yeah. Yeah, A, yeah, that's definitely racist. B, you showed a man's face and said he killed a global leader. You can't do that. That's
going to have an impact on people's lives.
Like, God, did nobody in the office be like, that's Hideo Kojima? There's nobody there played Metal Gear. I can't. Like, they just told. Like, if you told me the world is written by people behind Riverdale right now, yeah, nobody Googled that. Just Google the picture, please, God. Like, if you told me we were being written by people behind Riverdale right now, I'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
I'd be like, damn, they're running out of stuff.
Like, I never want to watch Riverdale. I want to find out about it secondhand. It's better that way. Just being like, oh yeah, since Archie's in the Fight Club in prison, what? with Veronica's dad. Like, what? God, remember when a boat got stuck in a river, or sorry, not a river, in a canal, and the economy nearly crashed, like, globally?
It's a good time.
And that was like the most minor incident relative to like, it nearly took down the world economy. It's like, well, it's nothing compared to the president of the United States getting impeached twice and encouraging a coup and attempting a coup and telling people and nearly killing Mike Pence, the vice president, apparently, and also trying to take over the car that was taking him to the White House. And, like, oh yeah, and then just non-stop, endless insanity. Why do you think we talk about One Piece so much? Oh yeah, they've added a lot of One Piece to Netflix. Like, it's up to... It's finished, what do you call it? Enies Lobby now. So...
Oh, damn.
And for a very long time, it was like just before Alabasta, then it was just Alabasta. And then they've just started adding a bunch more since they put... they're like, yep, the live-action TV show that you're not gonna like, it's coming. I have to watch it, though. It's gonna hurt. I didn't watch Cowboy Bebop, because I'm like, that's pointless. I don't care.
Right, but like One Piece, you gotta know how they adapt that.
Because there's gonna be so... Like, the best part of the... What do you call it? The Cowboy Bebop is, like, there is gonna be a real Corgi in it. And I haven't looked at it yet, but I know there's going to be a real Corgi. Corgis are delightful. I love them. Know. You look at a Corgi and you're like, oh, look at you! You're the smallest! I want you to hang out with a Shiba Inu and go on little adventures.
Right.
And then, like, every time it's like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and it's like, here's Cheddar, and I'm like, fuck yeah, it's an episode with Cheddar.
They know what the people want.
And, like, it's like, yes, we get to see a dog. It's like, he's so small and floofy, but still, like, charming. They look kind of professional, and I don't know how to explain it. It's not because they're associated with the Queen. Just something about them is dignified in a weird way. But they're still tiny. Shh, please, it's time for One Piece. Max, please don't. Don't.
The One Piece Power Hour.
So like I didn't expect to be able to get for Parker to get into One Piece because I had a trump card that I've been holding back just in case I needed to really get him into One Piece. But I didn't have to use it.
Say, what is it just in case he gets demotivated?
Oh, it's something that you don't know about either.
Oh.
If you want to know, I can tell you, but I'll have to be very dramatic about it because it is a power level spoiler related.
All right.
So, what if, say, hypothetically, Luffy was in a desperate fight against an evil emperor of some sort? Luffy the monkey boy was then defeated, and there was no hope of defeating the evil emperor. Now, when a monkey boy in a shonen manga run by Shonen Jump is defeated by an evil emperor and has no hope of winning, what does the monkey boy do?
Ain't no way.
What does the monkey boy do, Graham?
Turn into a giant monkey?
No, what if, say, his hair changed color and he got back up?
Even better.
What? Oh, he does go giant, though, also. What if it turns out there was far more to the power of the gum fruit than anybody thought? What if I told you that... how familiar are you with Bleach, Graham?
A little? Enough?
Do you know what Bankai is?
Yes.
What if devil fruits had Bankai?
You're telling me the Monkey D. Luffy has a Saiyan transformation and also a Bankai?
Yeah, what if I told you that there was a secret hidden power in the devil fruit that the world government feared, and that's why Shanks had it? He stole it from the world government, and they were terrified of it, and they tried to have him assassinated, and tried to have Luffy assassinated, and then and they failed. And then it's like, why? Oh, because it's the power the government fears. And then it's like, it's better to anger Kaido, the Emperor of the Sea, than for Luffy to awaken the true power of the gum fruit. Oh, I'm sorry, Max. Good night. I hope your headache gets better.
Good night, babe.
And then
talk to you later.
As they're saying that, it's like some there's an ancient elephant who's like, it's like, well, we've lost all hope, and Luffy's lost because the world government cheated. And then Kaido's like, well, I'm gonna go and kill everybody now, and and he's like, sorry, brain's going off. But he flies down to the main room and he's like, Straw Hat Luffy is dead. I've won. You all are you surrender or die now. I, Kaido, am victorious. And Nami starts like screaming at him like, there's no way Luffy would lose to someone like you. So Kaido fires a big beam at her, and she nearly dies. And someone else blocks it, but there are basically two people who are left standing who stand any chance, and both have tried to fight Kaido before, and they were not successful. And then there's like a giant and Momonosuke, who's Odin's son and the intended leader of the nation that Kaido has taken over, is like, oh God, we need to get away. We need to run. We're all going to die. And Yamato grabs him by the face and says, too many people have sacrificed too much for you to fucking run away like a bitch now. You either die here like a man, or you win. Understand? We're going to fight, or we're going to die. That's what we're doing. And he's like, okay. We're going to fight and die like men. I don't give a shit how scared you are. I got the steel nut salve, Graham. That's real. That just happened. But then there's like this ancient elephant, because that's a thing that there is. There's an there's an ancient elephant that's centuries old, and he's like, do you not hear that? Don't you hear that sound? And they're like, what are you talking about? What sound? He's like, it's been 800 years since I've heard it. Joy Boy has returned. The drums of liberation are playing. And they're like, what do you mean? And then they cut over to, and you hear dun dun da da dun dun da da. I say here, but it's manga, so you see sound effects on the page. And then you zoom in to the rooftop where Luffy was fighting. It's like, no way. And it zooms in on his chest, and that's his heart beating. He's not dead after all. And then it's like, oh shit, his heart's beating, and it's weird. And then you look at the top of the page, and his hair is white now. And you're like, and then I saw that, and I immediately messaged Sunky and said, is Luffy going fucking Super Saiyan right now? And then next chapter, he's standing up, and his hair is standing up too, and it's still glowing. And you're like, he's going fucking Super Saiyan. Luffy is going Super Saiyan. And then Kaido is like rampaging, and then you see in the building where Kaido's rampaging, and then a hand doesn't burst through. People start passing out. He's like, what the hell? Kaido's like, what the hell is going on? Is that someone using Conqueror's Haki? Who else could be? And then a hand wraps around Kaido's throat and yanks him up to the roof. And it's about as big as Kaido, or at least comparable in size to his head. And then he gets slammed back and forth like a cartoon. Like, you know, the thing that happens to Loki in the Avengers movie, but made by the evil people. He starts doing that to Kaido. Then he twirls him above his head, and he tosses him. And then he's just floating on air. And he's just like, did you awaken your devil fruit? And he's like, yes, he's like, I don't know, but I'm ready to fight again. So yeah, now that I've spoiled One Piece for you entirely, I don't know. But yeah, if Parker's like, I don't know if I can keep going through One Piece, just be like, you haven't even seen Luffy gone Super Saiyan yet. It's like, oh yeah, I know. It's like, oh, you don't know.
When he goes Super Saiyan, he also gets his Bankai.
Yeah.
Fuck.
They're just... Also, somebody said, there was someone who's like, now all this One Piece stuff is about Haki, and they said that devil fruits could awaken, and it's not going to happen. Oda said that devil fruits were going to awaken, and we thought Luffy was going to do that, and he hasn't. I can't believe Oda forgot. And I'm like, never think Oda's forgetting. Oda doesn't forget. He's like, thing I expected to happen isn't happening immediately. How dare the author get distracted? He didn't. You shouldn't underestimate Oda like that. Guess what? Rubber can change the color of your hair eventually, if you get strong enough. God. I can go further if you want, but I think I've spoiled a lot already.
There's something to discover myself.
Oh, did you know that there's a... Oh, I can tell you another fan theory that's not really a spoiler, because it's just a fan theory. And I think it's something everybody would enjoy.
Go for it.
People think Sanji might be trans.
Yes.
Like not already, but he might. That might be a revelation of his. And people are like, guess what? People bring that up and they're like, he's not. And then they're like, you don't know that. And they're like, shut up. Because he, so during the time skip, everybody spends it training somewhere. Sanji spends his on Newkama Island, both having, which is made from Okama, the word for cross-dresser, transvestite, and New Half, which is a trans person who has not yet gone through any reassignment surgery, or hasn't, or won't, or whatever. So, that's when people say that Sanji is transphobic, it's because he spent 2 years around trans people and then was rude about it afterwards and during. And then people are like, but he did spend 2 years there. And and it's like, so what? And it's like, he learned how to use hockey from Ivankov. That was his teacher. The guy with the hormone fruit. It's like, so that doesn't mean anything. It's like, he never writes things for nothing. Because that... Alright, I can... one more spoiler thing. Do you want to know who trained Zoro during the time skip?
Sure.
Mihawk.
I knew it.
Okay, so, like, the guy who trains the guy who wants to be the world's greatest swordsman is the world's greatest swordsman. The guy who trains the guy who wants to be the pirate king is the former first mate of the pirate king. The guy who trains the the cook who wants to find the all blue has nothing to do with either of those things, but he does have the hormone fruit and is the king of all trans people. He doesn't write things for no reason, goddammit.
This is seeming less and less like a fan theory.
And more like foreshadowing?
Like foreshadowing subtext and maybe eventually super text.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a hormone fruit. Did you not know that, Kilo? That there's someone who can just poke people and make them trans. I'm not making that up. It's true. Oh yeah, that's where you meet Ivankov in Impel Down, by the way.
Oh hell yes.
Yeah, that the power of transgender indeed. 100%. It's text. Oh god. And that's what. One more thing. When you meet Ivankov, the crocodile returns, and that's when he's like, "Hey, crocodile, I did do that one thing for you," and he's like, "Shut the fuck up about that."
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, when people complain about One Piece getting too political, it's always been political. Shut up, you're stupid. But
there's literally episodes like 3 or 4. They're already fighting the Marines.
Yeah, it's like episode 1, fight another pirate. Episode 2, fight the police. Episode 3.
Which on the one hand, okay, kind of tracks for a pirate show, I guess. But then they keep making the police worse.
And it's like, and then so by the time you meet Smoker, you are supposed to already assume that a cop is evil. And it's a subversion of your expectations that Smoker and Tashigi are decent people. You're like implicit ACAB. Okay, hold on. I am getting my ass beat for a bit right now. And man, also, sometimes I click on things that trend because now Twitter only shows you things it thinks you'll click on. Because the world is hell. But it's like, oh, here's discussion about the latest One Piece chapter. I'm like, okay. And then somebody's like, you just see a lot of shit. And somebody just, hey, some outright homophobia, of course. It's you'd think that maybe people would get over that by now in 2022. But basically, like, picture of Zoro saying boys like Usopp, men like Luffy, gay like Sanji, like no punctuation, sick, like dope. And I'm like, oh, the gay like Sanji, okay. Ironic considering what he's been accused of, but and then there's and then it's like, legend like Zoro, which are you? Legends like Zoro. I'm like, man, I wonder if you have any bias, but gay like Sanji. Okay. And I saw that, I'm like, man, what are you talking about? Why can't people like more than one thing? They're allies. They're on the same crew. They're supposed to be like a family.
No, we must pit them against each other for my entertainment.
And it's like, oh, you like your mom? Like some kind of... It's like, what? Dude, it's my family. Can't believe you like your other relative. And it's like, I don't... Go outside. Or oh, what's the quote? Stop projecting onto me. Go see a therapist. With a picture of a Shiba Inu looking confused. Oh god, that show is gonna be the One Piece, the Netflix adaptation is gonna be terrible. People are gonna be racist and say Usopp. People are gonna be racist about Usopp. Calling it right now. People are gonna be racist about Zoro. Just immediately. Or they're gonna say, of course Zoro's Japanese. Why is Usopp black? And I'm like, how much One Piece have you watched? If you
Who, me?
Or no, like the
okay.
person.
Yeah, in your hypothetical.
Yeah, like. Also, Oda has straight up said, what nation would every member of the crew be from? Usopp, he said Africa or something like that. And it's like, yeah, it's not he said Zoro would be from Japan. He said, I think he said Nami would be from Sweden or Switzerland. And he said Sanji would be from France. Robin would be from Russia. Luffy would be from Brazil. Luffy's actor is Hispanic. And, I believe so anyway. I think I looked that up months ago. And it's I can't remember where. I think he said Frankie would be from the United States of America.
Hell yeah, brother.
And Chopper would be from Canada because he's a reindeer. Canadian crew member represent. And I can't remember where Brook would be from. Brook or Jinbei. I think he might have said Jinbei would be like from some island nation or something, but he's from the water is the real answer. And Yamato would probably also be from Japan, because he's an ogre. He's an oni from Wano, from an island named in Japanese the island of Oni. His name is Yamato. You make a very solid point, Ace. Hold on, I need to look up where Jinbei would be from. And Brook. I don't know where the hell... Brook might be supposed to be British because he drinks tea all the time. But... Gonna do something terrible and go to the One Piece fandom wiki.
Oh no. Desperate times.
God, I feel really bad for Brook because he just ate a devil fruit and then he's like, I didn't get any fucking powers from it, and then he dies.
God, if I die and come back, I'm gonna be pissed.
Okay. His birthday is April 3rd. Fun fact.
Nice.
I don't know. He would be from Austria, Brook. But
oh, interesting.
Still haven't put Yamato on the Straw Hat Pirates. I'll fucking fight you, Wiki. You changed the pronouns. That's not enough. Okay. Uh, he would be from India. Jinbei would be from India. Okay. God, if they get to Arlong, they're gonna have to do CG or makeup. They have to make a choice. And there is no correct answer because they would both look stupid. Because his nose is like a foot long.
Arlong Park is immediately after Ferrari, right?
Yeah. They have like that's the best place to end. Like it's either end it there or end it at like with Smoker and not
In Logtown.
yeah, in Logtown, and like those are the places to end it. You can't just like cut it up like it's gonna be so bad.
God, I started watching. This isn't normally something I watch, but I was curious. I started watching a comparison video of all like the 4Kids dub changes.
Oh yeah. Did you?
It is impressive.
Like, okay, how in God's name do you think that like? Okay, why does Sanji talk like that? Why does?
I know. I could not believe Sanji's 4Kids voice. I can't believe they made him a surfer California, bro.
I, there's so like, he is so very French. Like he shows up cooking, smoking a cigarette, and being rude.
I think you mean eating a lollipop. Okay.
Oh right, you're right. The lollipop. They took all the cigars, both cigar. Like Smoker has 2 cigars in his mouth, and they take them out. Like
how much he smokes.
Like if it's not blatant enough, this guy is themed around smoke. He ate the smoke fruit, and he has 2 cigars in his mouth, and they take them out and call him Chaser.
But they keep the smoke in, which is the funniest shit.
They keep the smoke coming out of. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Everybody hates being around me because I just emit smoke. Like you can have smoking in a children's cartoon. Like he's an antagonist, and it's like it's like, oh, we need to make sure that it's not like, okay, just there. Do you know how much stuff there is telling kids not to smoke already? They'll go through that length to all that length, but yeah. And then it's like, what about the guns? Take out the guns. It's like, oh yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, of course. Okay. It's like, what about
guns in our pirates show?
It's about pirates. Like, I get why they would be weird in Yu-Gi-Oh! I honestly didn't know there were guns at any point in Yu-Gi-Oh! You could have told me that and said, and I wouldn't have believed you. But also the fact that Kaiba stops someone with a gun using a playing card. It's like, what is he? He's a high school student? I had no idea Kaiba was supposed to be a high school student because he looked like he was 6'4", and he dressed like a supervillain. I saw very little Yu-Gi-Oh! As a child. Yeah, he's in their class. I don't like nothing about Kaiba. Yeah, he's just rich, but like he dresses like he's going to have a concert. Like he dresses like, I don't know, like the arm straps. Like he doesn't look like anything but a fictional character. He dresses like Virgil. But
then when he gains control of the Duel Monsters game, he immediately makes a card for himself, of himself, called Kaiba Man.
Oh my god. Kaiba Man.
It's a pretty good card. I think it still sees use. This
is my academy for duelists. It's tiered. There's a lower class.
I've introduced even more classism into the school system.
It's like, I'm going to have a private school, there's going to be a caste system. It's not for the elite. It's not properly for the elite if the elite don't have people they're better than. We need to we need a middle class, an upper class, and a lower class. The lower class is going to be based on Yugi and Joey. And God, it's like, who's the middle class going to be based on? I don't fucking know. The guy that tried to kill us all. It's the upper class going to be based on me.
Me. Next question.
It's like, why are you so mean to people? I don't know. Like, you think, like, orphan that becomes a billionaire, you'd think maybe he'd, like, have any bit of humility or kindness. No. Fuck you for deciding how it should be.
He's actually the worst person you know.
And they still like try to hang out with him like all the time. And Joey is like antagonistic towards him, and people like, why are you being like that, Joey? I'm like, he's a gun. He's like
an asshole.
He's like obsessively harasses you because you beat him at a card game once. You're children, and he's like using he nearly killed your grandfather
over a card.
Yeah, he destroyed personal possessions in a card game because he didn't have. I did not know that, Ace. But
oh yeah. To be fair, I do know some Yu-Gi-Oh players. It's kind of tracks.
Like he instead of coming up with any sort of meta or counteract strategy, he says, "I'm just gonna destroy your card. I'm just gonna come into your house and rip it." And he's like, "What if I try to buy another one?" He's like, "I'm the only one allowed to have these cards." I'm like, "Why do you think you're the best at it then? If you're just hoarding the best cards, you're not better than other people. You just have better stuff."
Me burning every single Black Lotus. Now I can finally win a game of Commander.
Like, what if... Well, yes, the rich person mentality. But, like, calling yourself the best... It's like calling yourself the best swordsman, but not allowing anybody else in the world to own a sword. It's like, well, yes, that's true, I suppose. It's almost like that, or like that time when Vegeta called himself the strongest Saiyan alive, but Goku was standing next to him, but he was dead.
Like, yes, technically you're right, for now.
Then when Goku gets better, within the next 48 hours, and then Vegeta dies, and then they also fuse, even though Vegeta's dead. Dragon Ball Z makes no sense. Like, what are the rules? Oh, they have to, for Potara fusion, nothing. It's okay to fuse with a dead person as long as they have a body. And I'm like, that... Okay, hold on. So is Vegito half dead? Maybe. I don't know. Can dead people fuse? Maybe. Alright, like, that's multiplication, basically, is how they put it. Like, multiply one person by another. A, that doesn't make sense. B, it shouldn't be allowed. It's like, well, I don't have any way to bring Vegeta back right now. Well, you just made shit up. Just do it again. You were definitely making that shit up with Goku. When you're just like, the god can just bring you back to life in exchange for his. I'm like, wait, he's a god. Why can't he just bring people back to life? It's like, well, that would violate the rules. And then King Yama's like, I'm bringing you back to life. Sort of. But not entirely. And I'm like, what? Dude, you make the rules. You're the god of the underworld. You can't bring people back. Nope. I'm just the manager, basically. But you can give them a body. Yep.
I'm the manager, not the owner.
I don't make the rules. I just enforce them and oversee them. It's like, also, you're allowed to go back to Earth. Here's a body. And I'm like, what's the functional difference? Shut up. I'm just making this up as I go, says Akira Toriyama. Stop asking so many questions. Just
Goku's
enjoy
dead
this.
when he needs to be dead, and that's all you have to worry about.
Did I tell you the thing about Goten and what his two different explanations for Goten and Trunks over time?
I don't think so.
Okay, so when people asked him, like in the 90s, they're like, why don't Goten and Trunks have tails? And he's like, oh, you see, it's a recessive trait in Saiyans, you know? They don't have, like, Gohan just happened to get it, and it was unlikely. But yeah, no, Goten and Trunks didn't get it because they had the more common genes. Oh, and it's like, oh, okay. And then someone asked him in, like, 2016 or something, like, why don't Goten and Trunks have tails? And he's like, I didn't want to draw tails anymore. I didn't want to design clothes around having tails anymore. It's weird because all you can do is like draw them the same way. It's restrictive, so I just didn't give them tails. Just from oh, you see, in universe reason to I don't like drawing it. That's why I stopped giving I stopped drawing Goku with a tail. Then I gave Gohan a tail. Then I got rid of it. Guess what? Tails are done. I'm tired. Just notice
Draw
how
your own damn tails.
Goku only gets a tail back when it's GT and Toriyama isn't drawing him anymore, or when he Super Saiyan 4 gets the tail back when Toriyama doesn't have to draw him anymore. He didn't want to draw tails anymore. That's why. He's just done with tails. God, I fucking love it's like, hey, what? It's like, it feels like getting a realer answer from your parents as an adult. It's just like, no pretense, just like, because I hated doing it. Why didn't we go to Disneyland? I don't like parks. It's like, really? You weren't broke? No, I don't like amusement parks. They smell like shit. Everything's too expensive, and I hate waiting in lines. It's always hot, and you're like, damn, okay. You said that it was because I got a C. It's like, yeah, I had an excuse.
It's this new thing called lying.
Oh man, you've played The Force Unleashed, right?
Yeah.
Remember that part where Starkiller's like, you said we would face the Emperor together, and Darth Vader's just like, I lied. God.
Basically, dipshit. I wasn't telling the truth.
It's like, and somebody's like, basically, it's like, we have no proof Darth Vader was lying. It's like, yeah, but he just turned his back as soon as he turned on him as soon as he got caught. And it's like, oh, but then he brings Starkiller back, so maybe he wanted to. And it's like, no, it's just the picture of Mac from Always Sunny. He's playing both sides, so he comes out on top. And guess what? It works out for him. No matter, and also it's an interquel. He's gonna be fine. It's Darth Vader. God, I can't believe that it's like, hey, you said we were gonna take him on. Yeah, I fucking lied to you. Anyway, I'm gonna stab you now. Oh, and there are a few like. I hope that some. Oh God, I want that skill. Sorry, still playing Dragon's Dogma. I'm not good at this. I aim to be a good streamer someday. That's the goal.
I mean, I'd say you're already there.
All right, thank you. But man, I looked up how much capture cards cost today, and it's like $260, $130 for a bad one, and I'm like, that's a lot of money. Why can't I have more money? And they're like, you were born poor. If you didn't want to be poor, you should have thought of that first.
It's one capture card, Michael. How much could it be? $10.
Oh, thank you. Oh man, thank you. But oh god, I want to see more. Here's the thing: I slept through like most of the first season. So one night I just had I just had what's it called? The fucking show with the the with George Michael and the
Arrested Development.
yeah. One night I just fell asleep while Arrested Development was on, and then I woke up at like 4 a.m. and then my mother just was like, "Well, you watch the rest of the show, so I'll catch up." And I was like, and then and then we kept watching it from like season 2, but I didn't see most of the first half of the. I saw like 2 episodes and fell asleep. So like I missed out on a significant amount of it. I remember so little of Arrested Development. And then I see screenshots of it that are hilarious. And I remember some of that. Also, God, just that part from that Lindsay Ellis video where it's just like a supercut of like, here's why I think that she's a narcissist. What's her name? The mom.
Lucille Blue.
Yeah, or like, think about it. She's the only mom he's ever known. It's like, yeah, if you think about it, Mom was also kind of our mom. Yeah, she was kind of like a mom to us. Mom was kind of, or like, I love all my children equally, of course. I don't particularly care for Joe. Now, I've never met my... Well, I did know my great-grandmother, but I didn't know her when she was particularly lucid. She just didn't like some of her children. So, like, that's real. She clearly just didn't like some of them in life. But when she had her dementia, she claimed to only remember one of her 12 children.
Holy shit.
To my mother, her granddaughter, from her oldest daughter, who was reportedly one of the ones she liked, but my grandmother didn't like her because she was kind of awful. And she, of course, I know I've told this multiple times, but it hasn't become any less of an important thing to me that to have heard. She didn't like my mother when she was 4 years old because she thought she was rude. She said that my mother was a snob at 4 years of age because she didn't talk to her openly enough because she was scared because she didn't remember her. She hadn't seen her since she was a baby. She didn't remember her grandmother. So she got scared and hid behind her mother. And my great-grandmother said to my grandmother, "Your daughter's a bit of a snob, or a bit stuck up, or something." And something like that. And I'm like, bitch, she is 4. You're picking beef with a 4-year-old. And then another one of her grandchildren, there were 3 siblings. She gave 2 siblings candy, and the third one said, "Can I have some?" And she said, "No. You'll get spoiled if you get that much." Just didn't give her candy. my grandmother, sorry, not my grandmother. My great-grandmother was just kind of a bitch sometimes to her family. Like, imagine that with any, like, hey, Grandma, can I have some candy? Sure. What about me? Of course. What about me? No. Why not? I don't think you should have any. You're good. You're fine. Like, actual, the fuck. Like, I don't know what that is. I don't think that's gaslighting. I don't know if that qualifies as abuse. But I know it's shitty behavior. Like,
I guess technically she's not lying to any of them or anything. Like,
like,
she just didn't need to say what she said.
it's like just outright cruel, spiteful behavior for no particular reason to your granddaughter. I don't know why you're like why she was like that. Yeah. Oh, just the man, there was this thing where like there was this post about like why did some of y'all just side with like your grandparents or whatever who say that the other members or of your family suck or something like that, or like why do y'all always assume the worst about your grandfathers or something like that. It's like because they sucked a lot of the time. A lot of family members do suck. There's nothing preventing your family members from sucking. I'm sorry. They can just be bad. Not saying everybody's family's gonna all be bad, but some people just have one family member or more who are genuinely terrible people that they can hate on freely for the rest of their lives with no guilt. Oh. Yeah, you probably had to oh my god, there are catacombs. Sorry. Dragon's Dogma is good.
If we've learned anything tonight, it's that we love One Piece and Dragon's Dogma is good.
Also that some people should not be president of the United States. Even if they have already been president of the United States. Okay, so one guy got elected president, right? And then didn't win the next term, but then the term after that he ran again, right? And then he's counted as two different presidents. That doesn't make sense to me. You can't be two different presidents. Like, yes, he had two different non-consecutive presidencies, but he's the same person. Like, he's not a different president. He's just holding office again later.
Yeah. I think they have to count it as a different presidency, though, because, I think the, like, cabinet positions and all that shit changes just because of how it's set up. Cabinets usually come and go with the president, so if the president stays in office, the cabinet and all that stays too. If you have to run again, then basically start from scratch.
Imagine, like, he gets reelected and then only one member of the cabinet doesn't get called back. And he's like, yo, dude, what the fuck? Grover Cleveland. Yeah, I'm not going to remember that. I'm sorry.
No one remembers Grover Cleveland.
I think there's a fictional. Oh right, Grover from Percy Jackson. That's the Grover I was thinking of. Gonna remember him before I remember. Man, some people I remember. Every time it's like we're making a live action thing. It's like people are like, that person is black and they shouldn't be, and it's like every time. It's like, I'm sorry that you can't, that it's physically damaging you, but yeah. I would be like, Grover behaves completely differently in the movie. Anyway, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, oh yeah, and when Shanks appeared, he didn't even just like say, yeah, Luffy, some of Luffy's subordinates did fuck shit. Anyway, he was like, hey, first mate of mine, I don't know why I'm acting. Ben Beckman, my first mate. Let's go and get it. Let's go and let's really start going for the One Piece. And I'm like, wait, so Shanks has just kind of been chilling, waiting?
Just been an idea they've been kicking around for a bit.
You want to become king of the pirates? Maybe.
Mike, come here. Please stop standing in front of my TV screen.
Oh, dude, have you seen any of Stray?
No, not yet. I have it downloaded. I think we're gonna stream it eventually.
Hell yeah. Everybody stops being... Everybody becomes the same person playing that game. Everybody. Or, or they, like, try not to be, and then they'll be like, Kitty. And, like, they, like, just watching streamers, it's like, oh yeah, and then, like, the cat meows, and they're just like, oh, there's a meow button. Then they start meowing with the cat. It's just like, yep, nope, that's expected. And then they just talk about cats, or they just nuzzle with other cats and stuff, and they're just like, I'm a cat. I love being a cat. Can I get people to pet me?
Video games cater to the ideal male power fantasy.
Video games. It's just... Oh, man. I'm like, this is my problem with video games. It's like, I don't know, man. There are other video games. It's like, what's this video game about? Be a cat? What's the goal? I don't know. You don't really... Oh, sorry?
Knock stuff off tables every now and then.
You can knock stuff down. And it's hilarious. Yes. Like, there's a part where there are, like, all these paint cans, and I saw the streamer go for him, I'm like, oh, tell me. And then it's like, button prompt, and then you just slight nudge, and then it falls down, and it's a can of paint, and it just spills everywhere. And I'm like, they understand. And there are a bunch in a row, and you can knock them all down. It's a mechanic. You can see trees and scratch them and mark them. You can also just, like, paw at things, and yeah, it's just be a cat. There's an excellent understanding of cats on display. It's one of those games that I don't think really needs a review. You can just kind of look at it and know if you want it or not. And people are like, is it good enough? Yeah. Of course. It's like, what do you do in this game? You're a cat. You just do cat stuff. Do you want to do cat stuff? Do cat stuff. Do you like cats? Can you play video games? Play the game.
Perfect game for you.
There's a reason. One of the biggest Twitter accounts of the last few years is "Can you pet the dog?" There's a dog in this game. Can you pet it? Can you pet the dog? It's like, that doesn't do anything. That's a waste of resources. Shut the fuck up and get out of my boardroom. There's a reason why somebody rated Okami as the best Zelda game. That's not made up. That's on Steam. They have many complaints about Breath of the Wild and not letting you pet a dog. You can only be and they're like, in Twilight Princess you can be a dog, but only some of the time, and you can't pet the dog. And then they're like, Okami, you can be a dog all the time. You can inspire people to pet you, and you can play with other dogs. Best Zelda game, 10 out of 10. They're right. I don't know if I should say that. I wake up in the morning, there's an army outside with the Triforce on a flag. They demand my head on a pike. I've never finished Ocarina of Time. I bought Majora's Mask, I haven't finished it yet. I haven't started it yet in that coffee, honestly.
Damn.
Look, I got, what do you call it? Oh, there was another game I got at the same time as Majora's Mask. Earthbound, sorry. Not Mother.
Understandable.
And I've been playing, I was playing Earthbound and Hyrule Warriors.
Makes sense. All forgiven.
I was gonna say I bought Mother 3, and I was like, no, wait, I wanted to buy Mother 3, and then they said no. You're not allowed to buy Mother. It's against the law. And it's like... And also, did you hear what... you told me what Reggie said, right? You were the one who told me about what Reggie said, weren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Just... It's like, I just didn't think it would be profitable. We coulda. There was no issue. We just didn't. I'm like, what do you mean you just didn't? People have been asking for it for 16 years. And you just said no every time.
I don't think I will.
God, Nintendo makes no sense. Did you see the GameStop shit with the fucking 9/11 NFT?
The what?
There's an NFT that looks like a person falling from one of the towers.
Sure. Why not?
It's like they're like, it kind of feels like them trying to capitalize on a meme, sort of, but like, dear God, what are you doing? Oh, okay, it's a recreation of a famous image of a man who jumped from the towers. Yeah, what the hell are you doing? Like, on the one hand, I'm not saying it's unfunny. On the other hand, you're selling it for profit. Oh, I'm sorry, I probably kept you up too long.
I would have kept myself up this long.
How has the Destiny been?
It's been decent. Tried an hour to do a thing, didn't do it, gave up, and started wandering around an icy planet.
What do you have left to do in Destiny? I know it's a gas, but I kind of figured that you've probably run that dry by now.
I am basically done until the next season. There's just a handful of things I'm doing. So the hardest content in the game are the Grandmaster Nightfalls.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only activity in the game that has a Grandmaster difficulty.
Okay.
And the way you get to it every season is by grinding to max level, which I've never done before until this season. So now I'm here for the first time, and I'm like, well, I should do as many of these as I can, so I can get a title, so that everyone who sees my name will know, oh, look at this dude, he wasted so many hours getting to max level for this stupid title.
And now with that title, you can be the very that goes away at the end of the season, doesn't it?
No, titles thankfully stay forever.
Oh, okay. People would probably riot if they did go away, wouldn't they?
After you unlock a title, though, you can guild them every season, which just changes the title from purple color text to gold color text for the season.
From royal color to royaler color. Just...
Right.
Oh yeah, it's also mentioned in the spoilers, like, oh yeah, they killed one of the bourgeoisie as well as a king. They killed someone you're going to be meeting right after what do you call it? Right before Impel Down and that, but right after Thriller Bark. That's how you say words. Spoiler: it's the guy who wants to the guy who loves to own slaves.
Good.
It's like, yeah, he's dead, and I'm like, good. Most world nobles own slaves, though, it seems, or at least it's seen as ordinary for them. Yeah, he's dead now, and I'm like, no tears were shed. If the character they show that character is just shown ripping his head off in One Piece, I wouldn't be upset. I'd clap. Just show the head being squished. Just crush his skull and his life.
Crunch.
Also, yeah, no, that's in bad taste. Game, stop. What are you doing? Wait, Reggie doesn't work there anymore, does he?
I don't think so.
Okay, because that is one of the worst business decisions I've ever heard of. Also, Square Enix making a cloud NFT? Stupid, bad idea, and contradictory to what the entire game is about.
I hate it when we don't understand the text of our own stories. Or just choose to actively ignore the text of our own stories.
Non-fungible cloud storage indeed, Parker.
Parker, what in God's green earth are you doing up this late on vacation?
This time of day and that part of the country, I don't know where Minnesota is. That's where I was told. But I couldn't have... You could send me a picture on the map and say, I'm here in Minnesota, and you could be in, like, fucking California, and I wouldn't be able to tell. You can just make shit up about the United States map. It doesn't have to be true. I'd be like, okay.
The distance between me and Parker right now, from Illinois to Minnesota, is longer than the width of Canada.
I can't say I believe that, but maybe. I don't know.
I mean, when you calculate not just, the east-west distance, but the north-south distance, it adds up.
Damn.
Right, Parker?
Sure. All right. You could be, he's one state over, isn't he?
I'll never tell.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm not entirely sure myself. I don't think it's that close, but also...
Still in the Midwest, but north.
the North Midwest.
The Mid-Northwest, the North Midwest. I do love geography. I don't. It's my worst subject. It's like, look at this map. Tell me things about this place on the map. You can't make me do anything. I don't have to be here. I'm 26 years old. I'm not in high school anymore. Yeah, ironworking is also hard. I can't say I did that. So I did. Did you guys do like any wood chop or anything? Because, dear God, it was scary.
No, not in high school. Most of my electives were taken up by my 4-year journalism classes. That said, in like 8th grade, we had a few like pseudo electives we could choose from. And one of them was, I think they called the course CAD, but it did partially teach CAD. One of the lessons was like designing your own Pinewood Derby car and then cutting it out. So I did do that.
I can't say. We got to make like a, what do you call it? Like a little not air, compressed CO2 car thing.
Okay, yeah.
But like, I can't say, like, I don't think we were allowed to use the planer or anything until the next part of class when we were totally allowed to use it. Just use tools. And the teacher just, like, of all the classes where you would expect a teacher's assistant, that's one of them. I would expect several teacher's assistants in the wood shop. None.
Have at it, good luck. If you lose a finger, that's on you.
Well, there was one, but she wasn't there for, like, the class. She was there for one student. And I'm like, understandable, but also, Jesus Christ, there need to be more adults in this room. And then there was, like, okay, here's how you use this piece of equipment. And then my friend was, like, not paying attention. And I was like, dude, we need to know. These are power tools. These can take off any part of our body whenever they want. And then, oh man, I think that the kid who later tried to set the school on fire was in that class as well, and he nearly took his finger off. Kid was so... Oh, sorry.
The kid who what?
Oh yeah, we had this really dumb kid in our class who later, after high school, tried to set the high school on fire. I don't know the exact details because that's just all I heard, and I didn't feel like looking into it further. But he was notoriously dumb, and he tried to set the high school on fire later after he was out. I don't know if he graduated or not, but he did in fact try to set the school on fire. He was arrested for it. Like, it's a brick building, so I don't know what his plan was. It's very large. I don't know, like, I have no idea what the hell any step of his plan was. It's like, and also it's like next to a field of horses, dude. If that went well, what was your plan? Like,
ride a horse out of there.
And it's near a gas station. Like, what, like, think about it. Worst scenario, best case. What's your best case scenario? One of the local high schools burns down. What have you done? What have you changed? What have you accomplished?
You've given the student body maybe a week off, depending on, you know, if anyone died or not.
Mm-hmm. Like,
and then they're back to school, either at temporary classrooms or in just a different high school that's accepting them.
Yeah, there were two other high schools in the district, a Catholic high school, and then one that's just on the other end of town. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what your plan was. I don't even know how he tried to set the school on fire. I'm assuming like, my immediate thought is Molotov cocktail or a gas can is probably more likely. Like, he probably just... He probably walked into school with a gas can and a lighter, and a custodian was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he's like...
At age, like, 22.
And it's like, why is a grown adult here in the school with a gas can? That's the only thing I can think that he did. And he's like, nothing, mind your own business. And then he called the cops, I'm assuming.
What are you, a narc? Yes.
I'm a don't wanna burn to death-ist.
If you burn the school, it's my job to clean it up.
Dear God. It's like, listen, I've seen all the shit you kids do around here. I'm not letting you burn any more of it. The high school custodians don't get paid enough.
No, not at all.
They, like, any school I don't know who's worse, high school custodians, who has it worse, high school custodians or, like, elementary school custodians. Because, like, elementary school custodians, like, they have to clean up way more vomit and stuff.
So having had some experience of both, it's a toss-up. Because, like, elementary school kids are just, by default, messier and have less control over themselves and their cleanliness. So that sucks. But on the other hand, high schoolers can be actually malicious to support staff. So,
like the elementary school kids are at least nice, and they're like, hi, Mr. Custodial Man.
True. That's a nice perk of the job.
Yeah.
Downside, I fucking hate cleaning kindergarten classrooms.
Yeah.
There's 5 times as much furniture.
It's all
And,
tiny.
it's all
Ankle
tiny as
height,
shit.
ankle shin height.
My knees have not recovered. And there's just so many crevices. And of course, those are the messiest ones, because the younger the kid, the messier the classroom.
Yeah. There's like shit all over the place, and also there's like vomit at least once a week. It's like, sorry, kid had like, I don't know, yogurt in their lunch, and they spilled it all over. They put yogurt in a Dorito bag, and then they threw it at the wall.
High school, at least, every single room is bare bones as shit, and everything is tile.
Bad news is that there is a much higher chance of the cops coming and be like, all right, who has the weed?
Day.
The custodian immediately leaves.
When they tell you every support staff member is on drugs in one way or another.
It's like
There's a reason a lot of government jobs don't drug test.
yeah.
Ones that you think would drug test.
Like cops, I'm sorry. Doesn't matter if you're lit as hell at the library. Mind your own business.
See, if I mess up my job, a desk doesn't get cleaned. The cop messes up his job, people die.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the other terrible thing about high school is they do a lot more events between sports and extracurriculars and shit. So
The
nighttime's a lot
fields.
busier. Yeah, which if for outdoor sports, at least if you have a groundskeeping team, they might be in charge of that. Usually not though. Usually that's still janitors.
Yeah.
Apparently the school I used to work at just had a break-in, and they didn't feel the need to inform either the head custodian, who I'm still friends with, or the new principal. They just didn't mention it to either of them, and they had to find out. Oh, or the person's room who was broken into.
How did what? I'm gonna need a full story if possible.
Apparently, these past few weeks, a group of teenagers broke into an elementary school through an unlatched, window. They just opened the window and popped the screen and hopped in through there. Then proceeded to rifle through all the lockers that were upstairs. And the only reason my friend and former boss found out is because another one of the summer custodians asked him, "Hey, did someone clean all the lockers up here? All the doors are open." Also, there's a bunch of heavy boot prints covered in dust everywhere. So they found this odd and asked I don't know, the head of the custodian for the department, and that's when they were told, "Oh yeah, there was a break-in."
I don't I've been part of places where there are bad communication, but oh yeah.
This place takes the cake. It took me 6 months to get my uniform. And I also didn't have a school ID at the time. So whenever I got in, I was just like, yeah, I'm the new custodian. And if anyone had ever asked me to prove it, I wouldn't have been able to. I'm just some dude in a t-shirt and jeans and no ID. And I'm carrying a mop, but that doesn't necessarily make me a custodian.
The worst part of the lowest stakes, worstly pulled off heist ever. I've got a broom. Perfect. They won't suspect a thing.
I can steal all of the fucking crayons now. Because what the hell else is in an elementary school? Why are you trying to steal from an elementary school? Please get a hobby, teenagers.
What is there to steal? I genuinely don't know what the hell there is to steal from an elementary school. Printer there might be computers, but are they gonna be worth it?
Nope.
And also, all the laptops have trackers in them, if they're there. Like, you'll... Like, what is there in lockers? Paper, maybe. Gum. Like, not
If you're
good
lucky,
gum.
if you're lucky, you might find a Fortnite V-Bucks card.
That is the best you could hope for. Lego.
Or
You could get
some
Lego.
Pokemon. Hold on, a Lego or Pokemon card.
Yeah.
I'm beginning to see where these thieves are coming from.
They were just stoned and wanted to play with Lego. I don't know.
Break into the kindergarten room to play with the fucking sandbox.
I don't understand human beings. Now, I know there was the attempted, like, arson. Like, that kid, I know he's not a kid anymore. He's like a few months older than me, I think. I think he was supposed to be a grade ahead of me, but wasn't. That kid was not smart. I went to school with him starting from 7th grade. He was notoriously dumb. Like, I've said that multiple times. I need to really get the point across. This kid did not think well. He was the kid who would yell freedom of speech after saying some dumb shit and everybody told him to shut up. And we're like, that's not what that means. It's a free country. That doesn't mean you get to say everything you want and not be told to shut up. It means the government doesn't suppress what you have to say. We're in health class and you're making comments about women's genitalia, and high school boys are telling you to shut up. Teenage boys are not interested in what you have to say about a woman's body, dude. What does that tell you?
That's how you know your material's bad.
It's just like, you're not funny. You're annoying. Stop talking like that. No. I don't know what happened to him. Like, he might be in jail. He's probably on parole because they might have, like, sometimes they will go lax on people with certain who meet certain criteria of being white and dumb, but got your life ahead of you, or white and just like seem good enough.
I mean, he was just trying to practice freedom of speech and burning down that school, so like,
Yeah.
Can we really fault him?
Yeah, I kind of want to Google it, but then, like, oh dear God. Oh, that's not good. Okay. I'll have to deal with that on my computer later. So, there's an Alucard symbol on everything on my desktop. That doesn't seem normal. I can send it to you guys. It's real.
Did you say an Alucard?
Alucard from Castlevania. Here, I'll send it. I'll send it in the friends only thing, and your hand just did that, so I don't like. I know that we're that the topic on there is boy, isn't it bad that they're treating it like the AIDS crisis in there? Also, just ignore the porn.
Hold on now.
I'll delete it in a couple minutes. I just need you guys to see that.
What the fuck?
Look at just all those faces of Alucard. I don't have
Is
it.
it like that? Is that League of Legends?
Yes, it is.
Can't believe you were worried about the porn, but not that.
Don't trust me. I don't like League of Legends, and I'm not proud of having played it. I'm more ashamed of that, but like, yeah. I don't like playing League of Legends. Other people ask me to play League of Legends with them sometimes. And I say, okay, and then I hate it. and then eventually it's over. Like, I think of playing League of Legends like going to a family reunion.
It's crowded. No one wants to be here. Everyone's yelling about something or other.
Some are unbelievably racist. You don't... There's... Oh, sorry?
And also, there are actual fist fights happening in between the aisles of this fucking restaurant.
Everybody thinks they know what they're doing, but nobody is actually doing anything. They claim this is for enjoyment. Okay, hold on. I think I'm supposed to actually just use an item here.
Where the hell did Alucard come from? Do you know, or is that just a mystery?
It's here. I have an emulator for mobile phone games, and it's one that I had on there, and I was hoping to try to get it to work, so that there might be a crack for it or something, and I never really looked it up, but I tried to play it, and they were like, "LOL, no, it's out of service."
Oh, okay. Now I have to force myself to go to bed.
Alrighty, I will. I don't know what to do about the Alucard thing. Like, delete the game, of course, but... Oh, and now they're gone.
No!
Thank you for joining me out of nowhere.
Of course.
to totally spoil One Piece and...
Yeah. Parker, now that you're here, I'm not gonna spoil it, but if you ever start falling out of One Piece, we got a way to get you back in.
100%, it's there.
It's irresistible to you. But yeah, y'all have a good night. I'll probably talk to a lot of you tomorrow for some reasons.
He's going to be breaking into everybody's homes to steal your Lego.
Steal Lego and light it on fire, I guess. That's
Yeah.
the two things you do when you break into places.
That's all there is to do.
But alright, y'all have a good night.
Good night. I'll see you later.
See ya.
Good night. Also, Parker, it is not. Oh, I'm not really done streaming. It's just that he's going to bed. I'm just trying to find out how to complete this quest. Oh, okay. Gotta be honest, I think okay. Okay, he says, oh, okay, I can just hit I was not interacting with the child properly. A sentence that sounds bad out of context. Okay. Performed a miracle. Brought the dead back to life. Oh, that damage is higher than it used to be. Okay, I'm gonna make another attempt on the Drake. Everybody's going to bed because they have adult responsibilities, aren't they? Are you still here, Ace? Please. That's I'm sorry, I just suddenly felt alone. Okay. Alright, I gotta tell you, all those complaints about Naruto are true. It's not good. Except for when it is. Hell yeah. It is a lot. But it's also so little. It is equivalent to Harry Potter in a lot of ways, except Kishimoto has not come out as a horrible transphobe. It's also not over yet. I don't understand what her deal is. Like, I get it, you suck, but why are you going so far? Was it just because people, like, were rude to you about it on Twitter one time or something? And then you're like, I will make this bigotry my identity because I feel like I'm right, I guess. I don't know. You're right, Kyrie. I'm gonna go give you the frost spell. Stop saying ought like that. It just means something or anything. It just means a thing.
Are you all right, Master?
I hate that voice so much. I almost spoiled more of One Piece than I meant to by accident. And I slipped, and then I caught myself right as I was saying it. The high-pitched voices are driving me off the wall. Also, this person, dear God, are you an adult? Okay, okay. You can use the power of darkness, Ace. But we're going to be using the power of ice. Also, I am near the point where I can use a warrior. When I say that, I mean near a point where I'd be comfortable doing it. Yes. Sorry about that. You can probably tell from the fan, aren't you? Pup rose would be a very cute flower. Ace.
Any that would target the Arisen are mine. We'll rout them in a single shot!
Hello? Sometimes your mother asks you to do stuff at 2 in the morning. I was gonna ask, have you ever heard or seen the game, Overlord before? Oh, okay. So the point is that you're basically Sauron, who's come back from the dead, and you have a little army of goblins or that you can command. You just have your little minions, and they're all weird and they're just little gremlins that do your bidding, and you command them, and you send them to do different objectives, but they'll find little treasures and stuff and bring things they find to you, like life force and all that. Yes, they are evil little guys. Where did he go? Nope. I wasn't even trying to hit you. I'm sorry. Slay the leader first. Everybody else is dead. I tried to, but then he just disappeared. Oh boy. Okay, so when I I didn't fully grasp earlier that GameStop is just selling a a recreation of someone taking their own life during a terrorist attack for profit to through something that is also bad for the environment and a scam. Man, I know that, like, I know exactly what the NFT people are doing. They have lost a lot of money, and they are putting everything they have right now into trying to do their utmost to ensure that they can try to reclaim some of it before ditching it for good. They're just trying to go in for one last scam. Yeah. Okay. Like, still, like, a clear reference to it just to make money, but, like, that's not in good taste. Yeah. What is your goal when you do something like that? Is it the shock value? Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it's just NFT, like, cryptocurrency has had several major crashes, and they are trying to drum up enough buzz to get enough people to put in enough money to make some money, then pull out to recoup some of what they put into it. Yeah. Like, there are some images that, like, become very famous, like the Tiananmen Square image, you know? Of, like, this is a picture of history. Is kind of it just encapsulates a moment perfectly. Oh, the ice looks really good. I'm sorry, the blue. Like, how do you just let that go by and think, yeah, this is a good thing to profit off of? I don't even know where the enemy is right now. Calm down, man. Brutal. We might get a visitor in a moment. He's poking around. He's not like in the room or anything, but he's just, I just saw him wander near the door. So here's the thing, I can't use this sword. I want it. Just because big sword. I'll come back later, maybe. Indeed, thank you. I'm glad you understand. I think I bought a bow by accident earlier. You know, as you do. Okay. We are going to be making another attempt on the Drake's life. And you know what that means. It's time to pray. I don't know. Thank you.
What's this?
Love Shadow of the Colossus. Oh. Okay. Oh boy. Ow. Don't eat moldy apples in real life. That's not good for you. This has been health advice with KV. Oh! I don't know if you heard that sound. he's the most graceful cat in the town. Alright, Mo. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Good night. Oh, God. Okay, I'm trying to get to. fighting a dragon to the death, I stopped to eat beans. I'm going. Get up. Levi, you are again blocking the screen. Hi, buddy. Is there something you need from me? Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. I know he needs attention. Hi, buddy. Oh, right on the gut. Okay. He just like tackled me full weight right into my gut. Now, it's one of the better places for him to go. It still wasn't pleasant. Hold on a second. Okay. He's gonna head southeast this time. Hi, kitty cat. Is there something you want? Are you gonna be a good boy? Are you gonna refrain from attacking wires tonight? Uh, okay. Are you gonna be a? Are you gonna be a peaceful boy? He does occasionally commit crimes. Sometimes we just murder punks. I don't need to hear about that. Well, we will be dealing with the Saurians, but our main goal is that castle. My goal is to go in there and kill every bandit in there. He is just using me as a platform to lick himself right now. I don't know what your family's like, but in this house, we use each other's. I don't know. I can't finish that. I'm not strong enough. Is that all of them? How many are there? Just need another 200,000 experience to level up a bit more and fight off the dragon. The Drake. We just fought like 20 of them. I think you can technically treat these as like peaceful NPCs and befriend them. It's not what I do though. I treat them as enemies and massacre them. As Virgil says, slay all. The quest has been failed. I have killed them all. This is a fun way to fail the quest, though. You make a point. I'm not worried about them. I'm struggling to think of what the name of that one thug from Mad Max 1 is, because I haven't seen it, but I know that there's one named like Toe Biter or something. Ow. Toe Cutter, thank you. Oh, where are you going, buddy? I will be heading back to Casardis. Unless there's a griffin nearby. In which case we will be killing the griffin first. Yeah, it was just like trying to think of all the weird names that wandering rogues can have. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. Open link. I gotta look at all the... Let's see. Toe Cutter, the Humongous, Among Us, the Bullet Farmer, Rictus Erectus, the People Eater, Gyro Captain, Jim Goose, Feral Kid, Anti-Entity, and May Swayze. Okay, that one's not as good. But Imperator Furiosa. Johnny the Boy. Yeah, I'd say Imperator Furiosa will end up better than Daenerys Kids. Or a kid's name. Oh, what was the Khaleesi? Hi, kitty cat. You're staring at me.
Are you alright, Master?
Alright, time to go fight another Cyclops. Mostly looking to kill stuff. Hit one person with 4 swings. Or 5 swings. That's aim. How? Got other priorities at the moment. Ow! Like that guy. Yeah, I figured. I know. I've killed one before. Okay, here we go. I don't know what's in this castle. This is the castle I was just in. I'm smart. My memory is great and long. Like an elephant, they say. This might kill me. Nope. Okay. That's a victory. I'm not trying to be careful. I'm trying to kill it. Take a bath. You're just making a lot of noise, man. I'm just gonna kill you for that. That's the thing. They always say strength in numbers, but then even a number is a weakling and is a weakling still. Hi. You're the one who hopped away. He is always going to be a vocal kitty cat. He has many thoughts to share with us all. Don't you, buddy? Of course, now he's not gonna meow. Oh, bye, buddy. There might be a monster nearby. A big one. He left. Oh, Levi left, by the way. I'm sorry. He's, I think I said that, but, you know, just in case. He's, you know, not very interested in my ongoings right now. He wants to explore and play, and I'm sitting around like a fool. Yes, he has better things to do than sit around. Okay, I'm not worried about being seen. Golem time. You punched me in midair just as... Ooh. Oh, it's changed color. Oh my god, the giant rock creature that's firing laser beams out of its head. This is where Nightmare's base model comes from in DMC5. I know about the glowing discs. Gotcha. Oh shit. Ace, I don't know if you're paying attention, but I just got a sword that's on fire. Permanently. I just found a sword and a stone, baby. And it's magic. Now, this is not gonna be good for killing a dragon, but I do not care. Yeah, I'm gonna go fight the king. Let's go. Not actually gonna do that because then everybody in the city will be after me and it will be really bad. I'm glad I came back and checked that grave. Just a big magic sword sitting there. I'm surprised they didn't, you know, if they just had it burning, you know. But whatever, I got it, so. What are you talking about, dude? It's already night. I think you might literally mean that we might run out of time to do our quest, but, I don't know if that's what, if you meant it literally or not. But yeah, this sword is just on fire, and I'm happy with that. Dude, what did you do? I'm pretty sure he did. Hold on, I'm gonna put my lantern away. And see if this sword just lights the way. Well, it still glows at least. You know, when I looked through this game, played this game, I kept checking to see if like Rebellion was in it or something. It's not. We could always say this is the age of demons, before Sparta came around. There's nothing proving this isn't the same world that Devil May Cry takes place in. Fucked up that my burning sword doesn't provide that much light. It's on fire, and its name... Also... Its name is Eden's Warden. Wanna have a sword... If you have a sword with a name, you know you're going places. Also, I'm just gonna do this. Gotta swing the flaming sword around like crazy. She was standing way too close to the edge.
Are you all right, Master?
I've got no stamina, just like real life. Get tired after walking a little bit. Alright, now I suppose I can go back to my village with my basic bitch sword. Yeah. It's true. Like, this is a good sword. I just like I'm picking up the bright glowing magical fire sword, and I'm gonna use it quite a bit and see if I can upgrade it, and maybe I'll get lucky and be able to dragon forge it. Oh yeah, this is a burning sword arm. I say that as though there was doubt. I mean, like, it's on fire, it glows. Oh my, I set it on fire. Okay. What are you doing with that? You threw that at me. I have a burning sword and you threw gasoline at me. Or you threw an accelerant at me. Like, yeah, I really think I might have to look up, like, that classmate that did in fact try to set the school on fire. I really don't know what the hell his idea was. I'm not gonna do it, like, right now or anything, but, like, later. That guy is really stupid. Like, what was his plan? Just the calling it foolproof is just so funny. Idiot, I'm gonna set the building on fire. Ooh! Oh my god, I set his leg on fire. Oh, I set his... This is cool. I love this sword. Being basic has its benefits. Ace, did you know that Korone, the doggy VTuber, is like super into gore films? And she said that she's worried about what would happen if somebody like looked at her Google search history and saw all the times she's like looked up dismemberment and stuff. Apparently she and her grandmother both really like very violent movies. And they watch them together. I think that's kind of sweet. Dude! Kitty, it is not there for you to destroy. Levi, cause problems? Even, like, potentially on purpose? Never. Cat is there for destroy mice. I'm sorry, Levi, you do have a job. You do it though, so no complaints there. There are very few mice in this house. So he's a good boy. Mm-hmm. It's the reason why lots of people get cats for centuries. And guess what? It's never stopped working. Just get a cat. That it, like, the most, if you look up what do I do if I have mice, people just say, get a cat. It's like, you could pay for an exterminator, or you could set out a bunch of traps, or you could just get a cute little animal that you can pet, and then he'll kill the mice. He'll just do it. He or she or whatever, and they'll just get rid of the mice. Get rid of them. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh yeah. They are such effective killers. They're strong and agile, and they're like so fast. They're like, they are machines. Hold on a second. Okay. Alright, now I'll head back to the village. And they'll be like, hey, didn't you, like, cut off one head of a hydra and head to the castle? I'm like, oh yeah, but I've killed, like, 5 ogres since fought a dragon in another reality. Didn't go well. Cats will get rid of very big rats. Some rats are huge. I held R1, tilted back, and hit triangle to knock the enemy into the air. That is not the input in this game. Did you just throw a rock at me?
useful materials. Stay on your guard, Master. We journey through goblin territory. A hobgoblin arisen! Be wary!
It almost got me. I'm sorry, Ace, but in order to see one's justice through, they must fight. Indeed, the tail is severed. Beings such as this cannot abide the ice. Ice, lend thy bite. Goblins ill like fire. Wolves hunt in packs arisen indeed. Masterworks all can't go wrong. Oh no, not the bandits. Oh, you hit pretty hard, actually. Please cast the spell already, thank you. How close am I to a level? Close. What level am I? 27. Oh no, not bandits. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Getting closer. Oh, I've gotten quite a bit of discipline. Oops. Oh no, not wolves. We just took down ogres and a golem, but wolves. Are there any left? They didn't say we have triumphed, but I don't see any. Oh, the wolves. Right. I'm really just trying to get home, but lots of people keep fighting me. And I'm not really looking to back down. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. I kind of feel like that's somebody's a fictional story that already exists. Like, the entire thing is a long journey home, but they keep getting into fights? Is that a story? Just call me Chris. Chris Redfield. Just broke that boulder. Wait, I wanted to stay until nightfall. Still living. What? Uh-oh. Oh. Dogma target region after reaching Grand Sword. Okay. think that's a good spot to end it. Thanks to all of you for coming, and thank you to Graham for joining me on stream. I will see you all later, probably tomorrow, but thank you for joining me, and see you all later. Good night. Oh, I forget how much there is to just mess around and do in this game. Anyway, good night.